Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. Wa sallallahu wa sallam ala rasulillah. Amma ba'd. Yes, then, people. How is everyone today? We're just going to go through another lesson of Islamic manners and character. And then we'll go through the news and see what's going on. All right. So, I know a lot of people have been contacting me to go live again. So, here we go. We're on chapter 23. Sorry, page 23. The chapter is titled Birrul Walidain, which we can translate as being good to one's parents. And before I continue, just want to check that you can all hear me. So, can you hear me? Yes, you can. So back to the stage. Here we go. So Birrul Walidain يأتي في صدارة الأخلاق ومقدمها بر الوالدين لأنهما أحق الناس بالأدب وبحسن المعاملة وكريم الأخلاق والآداب كيف لا وقد قرن الله حقهما بحقه في أكثر من آية من كتابه عز وجل. So يأتي في صدارة الأخلاق. Right. So what comes with the sources or source of good character, and at the forefront of this is being good to one's parents, because they are the most deserving of a person being good to them, being treated well by somebody, and to treat them with good Islamic character. How is that not the case when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has he has paired basically his rights with the rights of the parents? And this is in the Quran. Allah said, وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّاهُ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. And your Lord has decreed that you do not worship except for him, and to be good to your parents. وقال تعالى قل تعالوا أتل ما حرم ربكم عليكم ألا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا. Allah said in Surah Al-An'am, say, come, let me recite to you that which Allah has made, that which your Lord has made forbidden for you, that you associate partners with him, and that you should not associate partners with him, and that you should be dutiful to your parents. So you notice here, being dutiful to one's parents is made in combination with being avoiding shirk with Allah, because of the word wa. He didn't say avoid shirk with Allah and then be good to your parents. He said avoid shirk with Allah and be good to your parents. So this is the point of the argument here. Yes, big up Jobaz. Wa alaikum salam. وقال تعالى واعبدوا الله ولا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا. And worship Allah and do not associate anything with him, and be dutiful to your parents. وقال تعالى أن اشكر لي ولوالديك إلي المصير. Be grateful to me, meaning to Allah, and to your parents. To me is the return. والآيات في هذا المعنى كثيرة. And there are many verses with this meaning. ولذا صدر الإمام البخاري كتابه الأدب المفرد بأبواب عديدة في بر الوالدين، وهذه لفتة عظيمة منه رحمه الله إلى أن الوالدين هما أحق الناس بالأدب وحسن المعاملة وكريم الأخلاق والآداب، وكأنه يقول: يا من يقرأ آداب الشريعة العظيمة وأخلاق الإسلام الفاضلة، اعلم أن أحق الناس بهذه الآداب وأولاهم بهذه الأخلاق هما الوالدان. So yeah, basically the same thing here, but here he's talking about Imam al-Bukhari. He, in his book Al-Adab al-Mufrad, he has a number of chapters talking about this topic of being dutiful to one's parents. Yeah, the same thing that we just talked about. أحق الناس بحسن basically your parents are the most deserving of being treated dutifully and being treated well. والخلق الفاضل والمسلم مطلوب منه أن يعامل جميع عباد الله بذلك، لكن الوالدان أحق وأولى. So when it comes to a Muslim, it's required for him, it's necessary for him, or it's expected for him to treat all people, all of the creation, basically, to treat them all well, to treat them all good. However, the parents are to be treated exceptionally well, or the parents are more deserving to be treated well. عن عبد الله بن مسعود رضي الله عنه أنه قال: سألت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أي العمل أحب إلى الله عز وجل؟ قال: الصلاة على وقتها. قلت: ثم أي؟ قال: ثم بر الوالدين. قلت: ثم أي؟ قال: ثم الجهاد في سبيل الله. قال: حدثني بهن ولو استزدته لزادني. متفق عليه. Alaikum salam. Yeah, Joe Baz, are you going to do a Twitter reaction? Yeah, I will, inshallah. Just when I finish this lesson, the short lesson, inshallah, we'll go through Twitter. Send me any links that you want me to review. I'll do that. What's that noise? Yeah, so we are now, so he mentions here a hadith from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, who said, I asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what is the most beloved of actions to Allah? He said, the prayer in its time, performing the salah in its time. So I said, then what? Or what next? He said, then treating your parents with goodness, being dutiful to your parents. So I said, then what? He said, then doing jihad in the path of Allah. He said, حدثني بهن ولو استزدته لزادني. متفق عليه. So he said that this was what was reported to me, and if he told me anything extra, if I wanted him to tell him to continue and tell me more, he would have done so. متفق عليه. هذا فيه حرص الصحابة رضي الله عنهم على معرفة تفاضل الأعمال والمقدم منها، وحرصهم على معرفة ما تنال به محبة الله عز وجل. So this hadith demonstrates the haras, the activeness, you could say, yeah, not struggle, but the activeness of the companions in trying to understand or trying to gain an understanding and knowledge of which of the actions are the best and foremost of the good actions, and their keenness على معرفة ما تنال به yeah, their keenness to achieve that which brings about the pleasure and the love of Allah. Sorry, the love of Allah, mahabbatullah, and to know which of the actions are the most beloved to him. وهو نابع عن شدة ورغبتهم في الخير ومعرفة الأحب والأفضل ليفعلوه ولينالوا بذلك محبة الله لهم. So this is like a spring. نابع عن شدة ورغبتهم عن شدة ورغبتهم في الخير, and it shows their desire to do good or to want good. ومعرفة الأحب والأفضل, and that they loved the best of things, right? Or when they found the best thing, they would do it. وينالوا بذلك محبة الله, and that they achieve by that the love of Allah. وقد كان من دعاء نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم فيما صح عنه وأسألك وأسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربني إلى حبك. And there is a hadith in this regard where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam he would ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for such a thing. He would say in his dua, "Oh Allah, I ask you for your love, and I ask you and I ask you to place in me the love of those who love you. وَحُبَّ عَمَلٍ, and to give me and to place in me, so, oh Allah, I ask you to bless me with love for you and love for those who love you, and love for the actions which will bring me near towards your love." So this is a hadith from Bukhari and Muslim. ويدل الحديث, so this hadith, it demonstrates أن شعب, that the branches of Iman, the branches of faith, وخصال الدين متفاوتة في الأفضلية, that the branches of faith, the particularities that they have variation in levels. They're not all the same level. They have some that are better than others. وَلَيْسَتْ عَلَى رُتْبَةٍ وَاحِدَةٍ, and that they're not at the same grade. كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم, as the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, الإيمان بضع وسبعون أو بضع وستون شعبة, where he said that faith is 70 something, or in another statement, بضع وستون, 60 something branches. So the best of these branches of faith is to say or to declare لا إله إلا الله, وأدناها إماطة الأذى عن الطريق. So the best of these branches of faith is saying La ilaha illallah, and the lowest of these branches of faith is to remove something harmful from the road or from the way. وَالْحَيَاةُ شُعْبَةٌ مِّنَ الْإِيمَانِ, and shyness or modesty is from the branches of faith. Yeah, apologies. This hadith is in Bukhari and Muslim. The previous one, أسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربني إلى حبك. This hadith is from Imam Ahmad and At-Tirmidhi and rated as authentic by Imam Al-Albani. فالإيمان ذو شعب منها ما هو أعلى ومنها ما هو أدنى. So what we understand from this is that faith or iman has branches. Some are lofty or high, and some are lowly or lower. Some are higher and some are lower. I'm not going to say lowly because iman is all good, but we're saying that the lowest level of iman, there's the lowest and the highest levels of iman. والشعب الأعلى أحب إلى الله عز وجل من الشعب. So the highest level of faith, this highest branch of faith, is more beloved to Allah than the lowest branch of faith. However, they are all loved by Allah. وقد قرن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في صدر الأعمال الأحب إلى الله بين الصلاة التي هي حق الله على عباده وبر الوالدين. So likewise, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also compared or combined or joined the love of Allah, that the beloved actions to Allah. He combined by mentioning the salah and the dutifulness to one's parents. So all of you and all of us, we all have parents. So this is a good reminder to be dutiful to them, right? So to be good to them. If they're still alive, be dutiful to them. وقد قدم حق الله حق الوالدين على الجهاد وهذا فيه تنبيه إلى اشتراط رضاهما. So an important point here is that being dutiful to one's parents was placed ahead of fighting jihad or performing jihad. It doesn't have to be fighting. Jihad has different forms. So, yeah, being dutiful to one's parents it takes precedence over jihad. And in fact, there's a condition in fighting jihad that one needs the consent, you could say, the pleasure of one's parents in doing so, or and their permission. Yeah. كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said in this regard, when somebody wanted to go for jihad, he said to him, do you have parents? Do you have both of your parents? Are they both alive, basically? He said, yes. قال ففيهما فجاهد. So he said, then struggle or perform jihad in being dutiful to your parents. Make that your jihad. فحق الوالدين حق عظيم وبرهما أمر متأكد. So dutifulness to one's parents is a tremendous duty, and being good to them is an established matter. والبر, the word bir in birrul walidain, or dutifulness or goodness, it is a كلمة جامعة تتناول جميع صنوف الإحسان. It is a comprehensive word which encompasses all types of goodness. Al-ihsan is like perfection, doing something perfectly, correctly. وكريم المعاملات, and it also encompasses a generous form of interaction, or mu'amalat, yeah, I'd say interaction. وطيب الأخلاق, yeah, طيب الأخلاق, and the good manners. وأن يحسن إليهما بالمعاملة وبالقول وباستعمال الأدب والخلق وبالطاعة وبالبعد عن العقوق. So yeah, it also encompasses having good speech towards them, treating them well, and using good manners when around them, and having good character towards them, and obedience to them, and the avoidance of disobedience to them, or abandoning them. وعن عبد الله بن عمرو رضي الله عنهما, who said that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the pleasure of the Lord, رضا الرب في رضا الوالد, وسخط الرب في سخط الوالد. That the pleasure of Allah, or the pleasure of the Lord, is in the pleasure of one's father, and that the displeasure of the Lord is in the displeasure of one's father. Rawahu Tirmidhi, and that is also in Muslim. هذا الحديث نظير الحديث الذي قبله فيه الجميع بين حق الله سبحانه وحق الوالدين، وأن رضا الله تبارك وتعالى في رضا الوالدين، وسخطه تبارك وتعالى في سخط الوالدين، بمعنى أن من أرضى والديه فقد أرضى الله، ومن أسخطهما فقد أسخط Allah. Yeah, so basically, being good and dutiful to one's parents is really the means in which you please Allah. You cannot please Allah without pleasing your parents. Meaning, don't think you're pleasing Allah if you're displeasing your parents. Yeah. And I'll make this the last part of our lesson. فالوالد يطلب رضاه ويبتعد عن سخطه، ولا يعني هذا أن يطاع إذا أمر بالمعصية. So one's father, so one's father, it is required for one to gain the pleasure of one's father and to avoid their displeasure. However, this does not mean that they should be obeyed when in that which is a sin, in that which is disobedience to Allah. فالله عز وجل يقول وإن جاهداك على أن تشرك بي ما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما وصاحبهما في الدنيا معروفا. So in this verse of the Quran, Allah said, and if they struggle, وإن جاهداك, basically if you're in a struggle with your parents because they're trying to force you to make shirk with me, with your Lord, that which is not ما ليس لك به علم, that which you don't, there is no basis for. Yeah. فلا تطعهما, then do not obey them in that regard. So if your parents are trying to force you to do shirk with Allah, shirk in a matter, associate partners with him with something that there is no basis for, then do not obey them. However, صاحبهما في الدنيا معروفا, however, be companions to them in this world in a good way, in a good manner. So your treatment towards your parents, even though you're going to disobey them in the disobedience, in committing sins, your treatment to them should still be good, right? لكن مع هذا الحال المسلم مطلوب منه أن يحصل رضا والديه بصاحبتهما بالمعروف وبالأخلاق الفاضلة والإحسان والكلام الجميل. Yeah. So a person, in spite of that, they should continue to seek their parents' pleasure by being a good companion to them and speaking well to them and being nice to them. And also by avoiding disobedience to Allah in doing so, that they may call them to. And we'll end it there, inshallah. That's the end of today's lesson. We're now on page 26. ستة وعشرون. Okay, page 26. جزاكم الله خيرا. وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد. So now let's continue then. We're going to start now on the news. We'll start off with Twitter. All right. So let me present that screen. All right. So let's start off looking at Twitter. What do we have here? I go to the home page, the For You section. Happened on the overground the other day. What happened on the overground? I don't get people like that. The guy's drunk. Yeah, just ignore him. What do you achieve by knocking him out? He's drunk. It's not like he was. So you didn't see it, did you? Let me share my screen. Here we go. So this video is on the London Overground in this case, apparently, and it's some guy clearly drunk arguing with a dude who I don't know what accent he's speaking with. He sounds like an Englishman pretending to have an American accent. So let's hear what he's good.
I don't care, bro. You ran into the wrong person. Stop fucking with me. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me, bro. Go sit down. Oh, you know where I'm from? Do I look like I give a fuck?
The guy's drunk. Just ignore him.
I'm in London, bro. I don't give a fuck. You in South. Remember that.
You know I'm from East London, bro.
What are you trying to threaten me? How much threatening you? Just leave me the fuck alone. What's wrong with you, bro? Listen, don't push me out of the way. Then don't run into me. But I'm missing wipe your fucking nose off, bro. I dare. I really dare. Come on, my life. I dare you. I dare you, bro. Come in here and I'll wipe your fucking nose off. I dare you. Come on now. Let's go. Let's go. I dare you. I love you, bro. Let's go now. Oh, listen. Afro man. Come. Yo, Joe.
Why wasn't his family pulling him away, right?
What? Swing. I dare you. I dare you. Swing at me. Swing at me. Are you fucking dumb? I'm fucking dumb.
Everyone just sat there. The only person who stood up and tried to intervene was a female. What's wrong with these guys? And one dude just filming it. Yeah, great. Dumb people, man. Kind of. London's finished, bro. This time next week we descend. This is our friend Tommy. This time next week we descend on our capital in the biggest patriotic show of force this country's ever seen. It's if, like me, you've been sickened by another week of imported crimes and riots added to the already huge flames of our broken march with us. Yeah. In these amazing moments, how does the phrase go? So look at this. Apparently, Israel has bombarded Yemen, bombarded their fuel depots. That's what it looks like. A short while ago, the Israeli IDF fighter jets struck military targets in the Houthi terrorist regime in the area of Al Hudaydah port in Yemen, in response to the hundreds of attacks carried out against the state of Israel in recent months. Bro, look at that. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. During the night, an unarmed aerial vehicle entered Israel from the direction of the sea from the west, which we estimate was launched from Yemen, and hit a building in central Tel Aviv. Who knows what to believe, hey? The Israel fans are all proud of this attack on Yemen right now. How do you think this is going to escalate? Bear with me a sec. Okay. A woman came to the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not into these. I bet this guy's Lebanese, not Lebanese, Australian."
She will be called on the day of judgment to enter through any door of paradise because men have lots of opportunities of gaining rewards outside of their home.
Yeah, he's a Lebo from Australia. I can't take the accent. Sorry. Among all the hate, there is a lot of appreciation too. Thank you. I am forever a defender of Islam. Salams Bushra, hope you're well. Just wanted to say well done for speaking up for the Muslim community here in the UK. We need more strong ladies like you to raise their voice and lead from the front. Keep it up, says some random person. I met the brothers doing dawah in Kilburn, London, said Paul Williams. Okay, well, I like this sign. It makes a change from the, they always say, Jesus is a prophet of Islam. Terrorism, you see those words on there on dawah tables all the time. So it's nice to have an alternative to the usual. We have to save Taiwan, says this socialist guy.
Territory. Okay, well then it must have been Russia's snake network that hacked into our power grid in order to disrupt U.S. military operations so the Russians could deliver a decisive blow against Ukraine. Again, no. Also, why did Russia invade Ukraine in the first place? World domination.
On the streets of Paris. Oh, not some Hindu stuff. I didn't know there's so much Hindus in Paris. Bro, what are they doing? That looks so disgusting. Smashing coconuts. La ilaha illallah. Bro, just think, if you got Hindu colleagues and friends, that's what they do. Some actors here. Apparently that group has declared war on Hamas. A moment of clarity for the misguided. They're standing with America and Israel. The Houthis have declared Tel Aviv an unsafe zone. That was 7 hours ago. Okay, Ronald Reagan telling us.
It's a story about a woman who walked into a bridal shop one day and told the sales clerk that she was looking for a wedding gown for her 4th wedding. Well, the saleswoman asked, just exactly what type of dress are you looking for? A long, flowing white dress with a veil, she responded with assurance. Not totally convinced, but afraid to offend the woman, the sales lady said, you know, dresses of that nature are usually more appropriate for brides who are being married for the first time, for those a bit more innocent, if you know what I mean. Well, the lady retorted and put her hand on her hip. I do know what you mean, and I can assure you I'm as innocent as the rest of them. Despite all my marriages, I remain as innocent as any first-time bride. And you see, my first husband was a dear, sweet man. It was a terrible tragedy, actually. All the excitement of the wedding was simply too much for him, and he died as we checked into the hotel on our wedding night. I'm sorry to hear that, said the clerk, but what about the others? Well, my second husband and I got into a terrible fight in the limousine on the way to our wedding reception. We haven't spoken since and got the marriage quickly annulled. What about your third husband? Asked the store clerk. Well, the woman replied, he was a Democrat. And every night for 4 years, he just sat on the edge of the bed and told me how good it was going to be. Oh. Sorry, I just couldn't resist telling you.
Interestingly, though, and relevant to what's been happening recently online with this Zaid and Sumayya situation, but it shows you how traditional society looks at previously married women. So look, what did he say?
Looking for a long, flowing white dress with a veil, she responded with assurance. Not totally convinced, but afraid to offend the woman, the sales lady said, you know, dresses of that nature are usually more appropriate for brides who are being married for the first time, for those a bit more innocent, if you know what I mean.
There you go. Right. So traditional society looks at women who have been married before as not so innocent. They don't view them as being as innocent. Okay.
Well, the lady retorted and put her hand on her hip. I do know what you mean, and I can assure you I'm as innocent as the rest of them, despite all my marriages.
Yeah. So obviously she's referring to the sexual interaction. Yeah. A woman who's been married before, there's probably nothing she hasn't experienced in the bedroom, right? With her husband. So, yeah. Happy days. Is it? Final is not going to be, it should be settled by then. Don't know what he's talking about. Police in Qatar patrolling the streets of Paris. English police. Slovakian police. Are they all in Paris? Yeah, they are for the Olympics. Germans. Okay. Former Nigerian President Obasanjo is 87 and Biden is 81. I'm not saying anything, said this guy.
On the same flight. It is walking, no protocol. Not bad, huh? Skip all that part today. July 19th. Former President Obasanjo carrying his luggage. On the same flight. It is.
Okay, can men get pregnant, Mr. Chairman? Yes. Oh gosh, this nonsense.
Can men get pregnant?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. Define what a woman is.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
There are people who identify
Women.
as different genders who are capable of getting pregnant. That is my position on this. I am not going to feed more into the bigotry of that question.
So what is this right here?
The pelvis. It's the only bone in the body that's gender specific, which means it's different in boys and girls.
Is it?
Yes. The pelvis's job to protect the organs used for digesting and reproduction, which means growing babies.
Can men get pregnant?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. Define what a woman is.
Mr. Chairman.
Crazy people. Richie Torres says Israel has a right to defend. Yeah, we've had that term so many times. Israel has a right to defend itself. Okay, great. Sometimes I forget English isn't technically my first language, says Abia, and that phrasing is hard for me when I see settlers with American accents talk about stolen farms. Okay, let's see.
We're on the border of Gaza, just like Yay over there. Beautiful orchard right outside Netivas.
Sarah.
All right. What I wanted to point out over here is look at this orchard, and there's all these oranges just rotting on the trees. And I'm talking about thousands and thousands of oranges everywhere you look. These could have been great oranges in your house and supermarkets.
So why are they rotting? Because since the war, this has been a closed military zone. The community of Netivasra lost 20 members, and the 7th and the 8th of the 10th were evacuated, and they haven't been allowed to return. There are some brave farmers that have come back.
So African. All right. What did I just watch? Says Jose Morgado.
And O'Day Jordan already blasting his way around the bend. Pearson putting up a good challenge on the outside, but there's no doubt about it. What a display of sprinting from the young Briton. This is absolutely phenomenal. And he's just easing up. What's happened here? What has gone on there?
That was an absolute disaster, Phil Minchell. He has eased up far.
From display of sprinting from the young Briton. This is absolutely phenomenal. And he's just easing up. What's happened here? What has gone on there?
That was an absolute disaster, Phil Minchell. He has eased up far too early, and half the field swept past him before the finish line. This is going to be a lesson learned the very, very hard way after what was, for 150 meters, a masterful display of sprinting.
Why did he slow down? That's weird. Okay, what's this?
هناك خوفا فلولا صلاتك قد أضعت تفر من الهجير وتتقيه.
Okay, what would you do this room in the house? Don't know. The Wahhabi deviant Muhammad bin Shamsuddin is getting cooked by a Shia Rafidi, and then he has the audacity to question. Pay close attention to the woman in the red dress behind Trump. Okay, which one? You gotta be joking. Yeah, that's weird. Risking it all. What's her job? Don't know why that's coming in my feed. Do just want a stuff. Do just want the lawsuit lottery, says.
I was pulling out of the road. What? What did I do? Can I say anything?
Bear and a tiger. Okay.
No, non-player character.
Non-player character.
What, you don't know about this? Do I get to tell you the NPC meme?
Yes.
This is the most important meme of our
Please do.
lifetime.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Breaking it down as quickly as possible. I'm gonna show my age.
Okay.
When we were younger, we played games like Final Fantasy and Ultima, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in those games, you go to like the armor store or the weapon store, and you buy your sword or you buy your armor.
Right.
There's a guy running that store within the game.
Yes.
He does not exist outside of that store.
Right.
That character, all he does is buy armor and sell armor. He doesn't have a wife, he doesn't have a kid. You go there at midnight, he's there. You go there at 8 a.m., he's there.
Right.
He's the player characters you're playing. He's the non-player character. And the point this meme makes is the vast majority of humans are non-player characters. They have no mind outside their programming. Like, you have no mind. You're just repeating what has been programmed to you in your script. And as soon as you mention certain terms, there's just a knee-jerk speech that they give. And once you identify it, it's like the Matrix. Like, you see Agent Smith everywhere.
Sneeko announces why he's not streaming today, and I'll be streaming in Lebanon soon.
So I can't go live today, but we're going to be flying to Lebanon tomorrow. So if you're in Lebanon, let me know. I'm going to be going with Arab. You see that big dude right there with the long hair? He's coming with me. He's Lebanese. He knows some people, but the Lebanon takeover starts tomorrow because Rumble is allowed there. See you soon. Okay.
Rumble is banned in France. Wow.
Rumble stands for free speech, so I can't go live today, but we're going to be.
Okay, what sea creature is that? Okay, so that's enough of Twitter. Nothing special there. Do we have any messages or notifications? Oh yeah, this Saudi Arabia curriculum books is like I don't know if he's Bengali or Indian, but all he does is wish he was Saudi Arabian. So he posted here, Salafi Sheikh Muzammil Fagiri warns against Saeed Kamli. Salafi Sheikh. Okay, so Saeed Kamili is a Sufi and an Ikhwani from the Ikhwanji organization, says this guy. Stay away from him, don't be deceived. So right, the accusation right there, right? He's been declared as somebody who is a T word, and that he belongs to the Ikhwanji organization. He's a formal member of them, right? Now, I just replied saying, if he is not a T and or not an official member of the Ikhwanji org, then may Allah deal with whomsoever spreads such slander. Okay. It's got 456 views, that comment, and I said, say Ameen. Nobody bothered to reply because they can't say anything to it. But imagine that if what they're saying is slander, may Allah correct them. Oh, I don't know if you saw this video. Hold on, let's. So this video here.
What's it for?
Podcast.
What's it for?
That's the brother from Speaker's Corner. He's part of Ali Dawa's Salam company. Yeah.
Podcast.
Oh, what podcast? YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
You mentioned you've met Imran, you met Ali Dawa. Are they like the kind of funny characters we see on screen, like very controversial, or there's more like beneath the surface when you scratch?
Absolutely. Yo, when I look at fashion, I look at things that happen in Fashion Week. Like, I don't want to go to these parties. Like, I was at Speaker's Corner. There was a friend. Yo, you should go to Hassan Hajjal's shop. One day, I just took my stuff. I went to Hassan Hajjal's shop. It was like, yo, yes, I love this. Make me two of them. In the mosque, there's one brother. He was from Somalia, and I tell him about the possibility of me getting married, and he tells me, yo, Somalis are super racist. He's Somali himself, right?
Dawood is a designer and the founder of Mizan, a streetwear brand with meaning. He uses his extensive knowledge of the arts, Eastern and Western philosophy, and Islam as his inspiration. Originally from Germany, he moved to the UK and joined the Dawa scene before making it in the fashion industry. He helped me a lot with my own journey with Islam. I value his opinion and I admire his dedication and persistence at reverse engineering a system he was never meant to get in. Thank you very much for coming, and as always, it's always a pleasure sharing your conversations. And the first question I would like to ask you, obviously, is what's your journey to the faith?
Yeah. So yeah, hi, assalamu alaikum, shalom to everyone who's watching.
What's that about? Hi, assalamu alaikum, shalom. This is a Dawa bro, yeah? So he's a Dawa bro, and he's saying, hi, Assalamu alaikum, shalom. Bro, would you say something like that? I don't get it. I found that weird. So I posted a brief, a small little comment there. I don't know if we can see it, but yeah, that was a little disappointing for me.
I'm very happy to be here. We've talked about this for a very long time, and I'm so grateful that it came into fruition.
Anyhow, let's check out the Daily Fail. So the first story, mystery as British eco-explorer and her husband are found dead in a 10-foot lifeboat after attempting to sail 2,000 miles from Canada to the Azores in a solar-powered yacht to prove you can travel without fossil fuels. Okay, how warped 16-year-old boy murdered baby in messy Derbyshire flat before smirking and swearing in chilling police interview despite shaking tot so hard he suffered whiplash. Okay, Peter Hitchens, sacking old peers will lead to President Blair getting a 21-gun salute. Risks of popular laser eye surgery may be much higher than clinics claim. Everything you should know about chances of potential long-term side effects, from permanent scarring and agonizing pain to being left suicidal before opting for £4,000 operation. Horror as mother's car is deliberately set alight with her 2 children still inside as police arrest woman 19. The incident happened at around 10:52 p.m. on Thursday in Leeds. Both children were found to be uninjured. Okay, great. Why is that in the news? That's the national news, right? It's time for this Lucy Letby is innocent madness to stop. I sat through almost every day of her 2 trials. Here's the evidence I believe proves her guilt, writes Liz Hull. Just over a fortnight has passed since Lucy Letby was handed a 15th whole life sentence for trying to murder another premature baby girl entrusted to her care. Baby K was the former neonatal nurse's 14th victim, a tiny, defenseless infant born 15 weeks early, who a second jury took a little over 3 hours to decide had been deliberately harmed at her hand. Blah, blah, blah. So you have to subscribe to read that story. Great. Dan Hodges. Keir's no shake of Juarez. This is a King's speech that would have had Mrs. Thatcher purring. Brad Pitt refuses to drop lawsuit against Angelina Jolie after she painted herself as a peacemaker in desperate bid to have him end bitter legal battle over Miraval. I was banned from going on a flight home because of a tiny problem with my passport. Don't get caught out. Okay, what happened there? A traveler was left stranded in Thailand after being barred from her flight back to London because of an alleged tiny tear in her passport. Oh, great. Rosie Visconti, 27 from Norfolk, says she was forced to miss her flight from Bangkok to London via India and Turkey after airline officials raised an issue with her passport. Miss Visconti had been staying in the Thai island of Koh Phangan since April after completing her yoga qualification in India. While there, she was learning more about the practice of yoga while undertaking voluntary work. Okay. She booked a multi-stop flight. So she was refused entry by Indigo Airlines staff due to a 1 centimeter rip on the photo page of her passport. She was also told that her visa had expired, meaning that she was currently in the country illegally, even though she claimed to have extended her visa just days. Okay, who cares about this story? Like, it's nonsense. If you miss a flight, right, Or you get prevented from boarding a flight. What is that going to be in the newspapers on the front page? Why is that presented to us as news? It's all crap, rubbish. After a history-shattering week that nearly tore the US apart, America now faces a presidential plot twist that nobody could have predicted. Okay, damning new Secret Service whistleblower claims about Trump shooting reveal staffing crisis, untrained agents, and the agency's woke Nepo hire directors' links to Jill Biden. Great. Rapists who lured 2 women back to house party and sexually attacked them are jailed for a total of 20 years after one was caught hiding out in Germany. Don't tell me they've got Muslim names. Yeah, they do. Bro, what's that craziness? You've got Ibrahim Kone, 24, of Moor Crescent Chase in Leeds. Yeah, that's madness, bro. May Allah protect us from people like that. Hello. Hey, Mike.
Hey, reactionary, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
You're a Brit.
What's up?
You're a Brit, right?
Yeah.
What did you think of the riots in Leeds? That was mostly the gypsies.
That's the claim. That's what they're saying. That's why it's not front page news right now on this newspaper that I'm going through.
Well, what do you think?
Well, we saw the footage. It was gypsies. Apparently, the government agencies tried to take their kids from the parents.
Right.
And the parents said no, and they kind of ended up rioting. So
somebody said something about a baby fell out a window. Was that true?
I don't know about baby falling out a window, but here we can see what's happened.
Right. So let me ask you this. This may be.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Play that.
Another episode of Smile to Jannah. I had to make this quick video because a lot is being shared about the Leeds riots here in the UK. The far right are, of course, jumping on this and trying to make it seem like it's some sort of Muslim issue. Other right-wing wannabes, like Andrew Tate's brother, Tristan Tate, is trying to make it seem like it's the Bangladeshis and trivializing what's going on over there. And upon seeing his tweet and comparing it with Tommy Robinson's tweet, I'm seeing it's pretty much very similar to that. The fact that he's praised Tommy Robinson in the past also just shows a very concerning, ignorant trajectory, because anyone who goes down that path has to give away parts of their brain, because you can't be using your complete brain and coming to the same conclusion as Tommy the doofus Robinson. So let's see what the far right pages have been alleging, because naturally their presence on X is quite significant and a lot of people watch and follow that stuff and assume that's what's going on, as we've seen with Tristan Tate. Fortunately, hopefully his older brother will be able to sort him out. The far right page is clear. Yeah, they are showing videos in which clearly the people are not Muslim, but they are alleging that they are asserting that they are Muslim, jumping on that stereotype, and their leader and commissioner Nigel Farage has jumped in as well by blaming the subcontinent, Bangladesh, as well. But what's interesting over here is he is in America. He's gone there to see his friend Donald Trump.
Did he ask you to come?
There were people around him that thought it was the right thing that I came.
But why did he need you?
Well, that's a matter for his team to answer, not me. No, listen, it was right that I came.
Right for who?
It was the right thing to do. I have friends.
So let's deal with the facts, yeah? What is generally being said at the moment, I don't think it's been covered by the mainstream yet, is that they are Romani kids or even gypsies. There are numerous clips going around where social services have taken their kids and out of frustration, a lot of them have come to the streets and they are attacking the police cars. Naturally, in areas in which there is an issue with regards to class, yeah, they are already disenfranchised, people jumping, yes, mob mentality, like we saw even in the US as well. You saw popular YouTubers like Jake Paul were present there as well. This is what kids do, but it was not to do with the Bangladeshi issue, yeah? Bangladeshis did a protest here It was in East London. And the protest is quite simply because in Bangladesh, the ruling party is allocating the creme de la creme of jobs. Yeah, jobs that give prestige and money are either government jobs that they are allocating them to certain groups. And you've got the average Joe who is struggling, is saying, you know what, it should be based on merit. Why should the best jobs go to the groups that the party has picked? Of course, you're biased anyway. You're gonna be picking your own people. So it seems legitimate. In fact, 39 people have been killed. And for Tristan and Nigel to say, yeah, one Bangladeshi's been killed, that's sickening. It's a sickening thing to say, because I have been inundated with messages, and a lot of people have. And alhamdulillah, we've covered it on S2J News, and we're covering it here again because this is very important that we support our students wherever they may be, if they are on the side of justice and truth. And here they are trying to feed their family and exposing injustice. How are we complaining that, the kids are like this and the kids are like that, if we're not even supporting them when they're doing something good? Okay, that also being said, there is a Green Party councillor who was elected from Har Hills, and the right wing again were jumping and saying, oh, look, he's the Muslim guy. Let me tell you and show you something.
You can't treat your neighbor like this.
Look, this brother's stopping it. This brother's stopping it. Look, he's the only one stopping it. Leave him alone.
This is our neighborhood. This is our neighborhood. Well, go burn it then. Who's inside the house? You're gonna be blamed for the death. Think before you act. There's children in there. There's families in there. Think before you act.
Oh, would you look at that? Here is that same councillor actually physically stopping the rioters. Here he is putting out fires. This guy has no visible security around him. The guy's not wearing gloves, and the guy is there putting his life on the line. I haven't seen a councillor like this on the streets getting his hands and knees dirty like this. So I wanted this to be a quick update. Of course, there's going to be more things. More people are going to get involved. But as you can see from the clips that are already out there, the people are not visibly Muslim. Yeah, especially when it comes to the immediate area that is emanated from where the police are, because there is frustration. Kids have been taken away. I'm not talking about justly or unjustly. I'm just saying that this is what spilled over and this is what's going on. For people that are on social media that have big followings, you have a responsibility not to incite anger and frustration on already minorities. Yeah, they are going to make it seem like it's a race or a religion issue, but anyone with an IQ of more than 1 can realize and does realize that it is a class issue. And when it comes to class issues, that's where we need to go higher up and see what the issues top down are. Not going bottom up and thinking, yeah, I'll just shoot down the boats, or I'll just slap them about, or we just do this to them. That's just silly. All right, guys, let's leave it there. Until next time, assalamu alaikum.
There you go. That seems to be what happened.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually watched that video earlier today.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Ali Dawa or Mohammed Hijab or Smile Jinnah, but that seemed like a pretty straightforward assessment of the situation. I do find it seemed like he was conflating the Bangladeshis, and maybe it was Tristan Tate who conflated the riots, or maybe they weren't actually riots, but the protests of the Bangladeshis in East London to the riots in Leeds. But why are Bangladeshis in the UK coming out against the plan to set aside jobs for war heroes' children from the War of Liberation in 1971, when East Pakistan broke away from Pakistan? What does that have to do with the UK?
Well, they first of all, Bangladesh is a Commonwealth, or was a Commonwealth country. So
right, well, it was part of British India.
Yeah,
partition,
and all of the Bangladeshis who came to the UK are part of the British historic Commonwealth. Right. They still, obviously, the ones who remained and didn't go back, they still have family and connections over there. But also, Bangladeshi, the elite of Bangladesh, they come to the UK, own property here, and they also lobby the government on certain situations that will benefit their group in their country. So a lot of lobbying from both sides happens in the UK, actually. And therefore, you've got groups who end up, if they live in the same neighborhood in Whitechapel, then they're going to argue and protest against each other. It's just two opposing groups going at each other. Just like you have different football in the UK, we have soccer fans, every week they fight each other, right? So it's nobody makes a big fuss about that, and there's thousands of them. But Bangladeshis protesting or arguing, it causes a big hoo-ha. It's just the elite trying to otherize a certain group of people and deflect attention from themselves.
Okay. You may be right. I don't know. I'm not in the UK. Obviously, yeah, soccer hooligans are well known. That's kind of an ironic thing. It's always strange when somebody's sports team wins a championship. I think in Chicago, when the Bulls won several times, there were riots. They start burning things. But I thought Islam tells people to be peaceful and respectful and adab, have manners and all this. I guess 1400 years later, it hasn't really taken root yet.
That's, I think, why Muslims are in the state they're in, because they're not adhering to the teachings of Islam. Instead, they're adhering to the teachings of society, which is far from Islam. Yeah.
Right. So, well, that's funny, because on YouTube, Muslims are saying, if you put it as a competition, Islam is winning. You got all these channels with these, white girls who've converted and telling their stories and whatnot, and how Islam is dominating and Islam is winning. We're the fastest growing religion. Of course, that's mostly due to birth rates, but blah, blah, blah. And then at the same time, Muslims are saying, well, we're not practicing Islam correctly, and therefore Islam is in decline or is in, this horrible shape. Look at the conflict in Gaza, Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it. How is it 2 billion Muslims can't beat 15 million Jews? And even of the 15 million Jews, they're not all Zionists. So it's kind of bizarre to me.
You're right. It's because Muslims are just not really, Islam is not their priority, sadly. Their priority is just making a living.
Right, just dunya.
Dunya, exactly. That's their priority. If they come, and I used to think you're right. A lot of the numbers about Islam being the fastest growing religion was mainly due to birth rate, but I am seeing a significant amount of people converted to Islam. I'll give you an example. So after October the 7th, we've seen hundreds of people come into Islam. The mosques have been talking about this since October the 7th. Huge amounts of people have been coming and converting to Islam in the mosques in the UK. I remember after 9/11, there were in the United States. I met this imam. He was from Kentucky, and he said that before 9/11, they had maybe one person every 6 months come and take their conversion to Islam. Yeah. After 9/11, it was something like 200 a week. 200 a week coming and converting to Islam.
Yeah.
In spite of all the negative media, right? So
yeah, those might not be people you want. They see 9/11 and convert to Islam.
Yeah, well, I think what the argument was is that they didn't really know anything about Islam.
Right.
The
They started to research it.
Yeah, and once they started reading about it, it awoken something spiritually.
Yeah, which I never get. I mean, obviously, a lot of people gravitate towards religions, and what religion they want to go to is, anybody's guess, whether Eastern philosophy and spiritualism or whatnot. I read the Quran, and it just struck me as utter nonsense. I mean, right off the bat, first of all, in the second surah, it talks about, disbelievers having, Allah has sealed their hearts, So then you start talking about, well, hang on. So if Allah has sealed my heart, why is it my fault that I don't believe in him? And then you get into free will and this debate of, predestination. It's like a Calvinistic belief of predestination. And Well, Allah only sealed your heart because he already knew you wouldn't believe. You know, like, okay, that makes no sense. And then obviously 2:10 says there's disease in their heart, and Allah increases their disease. And they are the parable of the people who kindle a fire, and Allah extinguishes their fire. And they stumble to and fro, and lightning, blah blah blah, something. You know. So, I don't know what you think of predestination within Islam and Allah guides whom, you know, it's. I often ask Muslims this, like, how does it make sense when you say those whom Allah guides, none can lead astray, but you say we can't allow these people to say these things. We can't allow Christians to proselytize, right? Muslim countries don't allow Christians to come in and proselytize, where in the converse, if you're not allowed to do dawah, to proselytize, you get to attack them and stuff. I missed what someone just said. I don't believe Mike has read the Quran.
Yes, you're just parroting Islamophobic rhetoric.
Okay, well, Pop, come on. Tell me what Quran I don't know. I've read 3 different translations of the Quran. I've read Yusuf Ali's Quran. I read Muhammad Assad's Quran. I posted back when Discuss had free channels. The University of Michigan.
So there's a verse in the Quran.
Well, wait, I was just called a liar, so I'm going
Yeah.
to take a little offense to that. So this guy has just called me a liar. He won't come on, show his face, be a man or whatever. You don't even have to show your face. I get it. People nowadays are scared to show their face on the internet, but I find that ironic. So I don't know if Papa Cop is a Muslim or not, but if you are, your adab is shit. You know, it's very poor.
Why does it bother you, Mike, as an atheist?
Why am I bothered by being called a liar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's totally natural to be. I want to defend my own honor.
What makes being a liar dishonorable? Where do you get your concept of honor from?
Society.
So you accept what society as being true.
It
You
depends.
accept society's norms as being something that is objectively true.
It depends on society's norms. If I accept it, then it is my norm.
Yeah, but why do you accept it?
Because I think being called a liar is dishonorable. What do you think? Do you think being called a liar is acceptable?
Yeah, but I'm guided by the Islamic stance of that.
Yeah, I get this whole objective morality versus subjective morality nonsense. So, okay, so my morality is subjective, and I subjectively believe if someone calls me a liar, I'm going to call them out on it. Why does that upset you? Why is that triggering you?
No, it's not. It's not triggering me. I'm just wondering why you're triggered as an atheist.
Well,
why you would
I
care?
don't think I'm triggered. I think I'm standing up for myself. You know, potato, call it what you want. I'm not going to let this guy sit here and call me a liar. Get him on the fucking screen.
Papa Cop, jump on the links there. All right, come on and speak to Mike. So Joe Baz says, get Mike to react to atheist dies and is attacked by demons. What is that?
Oh, the blogging theology clip. I just watched that. It's funny. It's meaningless.
Is it a new post?
Yeah, go to blogging theology. The great irony is he says most of the times people who I've heard had an out of body experience. So this atheist has written a book where he was dying and he had an out of body experience, and he's looking back at himself and he sees demons trying to take him into hell or whatever, right? And so Paul Williams, right, the blogging theology guy, says most of the time I've heard of out of body experience, people say, "Oh, I saw angels around me, or a light, a tunnel of light, blah blah blah," and I'm like, so I commented in his comment section, are you talking about Christians who've seen themselves going to heaven? Because that's un-Islamic. It's funny. I know a guy who was dead for 7 minutes. We used to call him Crazy Bob. He had a Honda Hurricane, a motorcycle. He laid it down, ripped his lips off, hit his head. He was helicoptered out. He was technically dead for like 7 minutes, and they revived him. And I said, "Hey, Bob, did you see a tunnel of light?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Did you tell people you saw a tunnel of light?" He's like, "Yeah." So, that whole thing has become just.
I noticed Paul Williams, he pushes this thing of outer body experiences. I don't know why they use that as a form of justification for their belief. He did that with a friend of his. They had Bart Ehrman on their channel once. I don't know if you know Bart Ehrman.
No.
He was a Christian scholar who left Christianity and became an atheist. And so they had him as a guest. And their argument to him to convince him of God was, outer body experiences. But I've never heard the Prophet ﷺ giving dawah using that as a means. So it was an argument.
So I was just on Perfect Dawah. I don't know if you know that guy, Muji. No. He's an Iranian. He has some very out there translations of the Quran. Like he says, cutting the hand off a thief doesn't actually mean you cut the hand off the thief.
Oh, I've seen him on that debate channel, Modern Day Debates. Yeah, I don't know how good he is or anything there.
He seems to know Arabic. He goes into a whole big about there's accent mark, whether it's a strong or a weak or something.
He debated Dilhanti. Interesting. Yeah, so Papa Cop has said dawah in Egypt. Yeah, because you're saying that Christians aren't allowed to give dawah, but you have Christians in Egypt, Jordan, Morocco. Where can't Christians do dawah? He said.
Okay, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. I would say Maldives. You have to be a Muslim to be a citizen of the Maldives. Probably Brunei. Again, when you say you're not allowed to do this, it doesn't mean every single Muslim majority country. Indonesia is considered secular. So I would assume Christians are allowed to proselytize in Indonesia, although you look at some of the blasphemy cases coming out of Indonesia. Ahok, I don't know if you saw that, was maybe 10 years ago now. He was the governor of Jakarta, Chinese Buddhist. He was running for election, and one of his Muslim opponents quoted, 551, take not the Christians and Jews for your allies, they are but allies to one another. Whoever among you does so becomes one of them, and God does not guide such evildoers. And he shot back with saying, this guy's quoting the Quran out of context. That doesn't mean you can't vote for me. Next thing you know, 200,000 Muslims are in the streets. They arrest him. They threw him in jail for 2 years. I think he got out in 18 months for good behavior. But
right. So Papa Cup says,
didn't win his election.
Yeah, Mike has a poor comprehension of the English language. I said, I don't believe, meaning he hasn't convinced me. I gave him the opportunity to convince me he has read the Quran. Instead, he went on a rant.
Okay. I don't know how I can convince someone if I've read something or not. I can quote some verses. I'm not saying I'm a memorizer of the Quran. I can tell you the 27th surah, Solomon supposedly can talk to ants. The Queen of Sheba steals a throne. I can tell you the 18th surah of the cave. There's the sleepers in the caves, which is an old Jewish tradition. Dal Khomein builds a rampart and imprisons Gog and Magog. I can tell you that in the second surah, 256, which is often quoted by Muslims, there's no compulsion of religion. 5:3 says, today we have perfected your religion, but don't eat pork unless hunger overtakes you. pork or carrion, right? Flesh of swine or carrion. 49:13, we made you of tribes to learn from one another. Blah blah blah. How can I convince someone I've read the Quran if I can't recite the entire thing? So again, Papa Cop. Sorry, I reacted a little angrily. I'm a little bit drunk these days. It's a Saturday, but come on and tell me what Quran you know and what you think the Quran means.
So you know,
I didn't even quote like 8:12. Cut off their heads. Lo, thy sustainer said unto the angels, strike at their necks and cut off every fingertip.
Check this out.
9:5 would be 9.
Harvard University ranks Quran as the best book for justice. Harvard University quotes the Quran with its divine words, which is the final revelation as believed by us, the Muslims. Allah has selected it as his last and final book and guides us on the right path of living. Rules and justice are highly prioritized in Islam, and the holy book, which is full of essential laws for humans. Islam doesn't have any space for injustice. The whole globe also accepts this truth and reveres what is mentioned in the Quran, though their actions appear contrary. The same is the case of Muslims. At the entrance of the library for faculty, Harvard Law School, being the prominent law school, has displayed an ayah from Surah Nisa. It explains that it is among the greatest expression regarding justice in the past. Harvard Law School is known to be home to the biggest academic library around the world and is a part of the Harvard University. The ayah number 135 from Surah Nisa orders human being to stick firmly by justice. It appears to be among the 3 significant quotations displayed on the wall, which is facing the main entrance of the faculty. The rest.
So Harvard Law School has this verse as the greatest expression of justice. It says, "O you who believe, stand out firmly for justice, as witnesses to Allah, even as against yourselves, or your parents, or your kin, and whether it be against rich or poor, for Allah can best protect both." So what do you think of that verse? Is that something you think is a noble verse that you agree with?
Oh, absolutely. It's a great verse. I don't know about the Allah best protect part, but yeah, you should stand for justice against your own family, against your own children, your parents. It's ironic that Muslims actually generally don't do that.
Yep.
But yeah, there's much of the Quran I don't have a problem with. I don't like say, oh, all of Islam's bad. It's the bad parts that are the bad parts. It's the parts that are apparently misinterpreted. I know Muslims like to say like, oh, well, the Quran is perfect. Muslims are not. To me, perfection wouldn't be open to misinterpretation. And of course, speaking of that verse, then you have to define justice within it, right? What is hizbah? What is, forbidding the evil? Do you lash women because they're not wearing hijabs? Do you the Sudan, there was some women years ago sentenced to 40 lashes. They were wearing pants,
So earlier we were reading that in the Quran, Allah said, "Be dutiful to your parents."
Right.
And
Well, what if your parents are assholes?
We're also told not to obey them in that which is sinful, but treat them with good relations.
Right.
So this is the teachings of the Quran. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. I think that's the 4th commandment in Christianity or Judaism. Respect your parents, and the fourth commandment. Listen, I'm an atheist because I don't believe in God. I don't believe in divine revelation. It doesn't mean everything ever put forth.
Your disbelief in God is not based on reason or logic. I don't know why you disbelieve in God. I think there's some emotional reason behind it.
No, I think it is based on reason and logic.
No, because I asked you to justify your claim last time, and you couldn't.
Right.
You said you don't have a justifiable claim. You just chose not to, right?
Did I not mention the digestive system? Did I not mention?
No, because to be an atheist, it is a claim that because you have two options. You either believe that God exists or you don't.
Right.
Now, if you want to claim that God does not exist, the burden of proof is on you to prove that he doesn't exist.
I would disagree. I would think the burden of proof on those who claim God exists is the burden. And how do you claim God exists?
No. We're not claiming theism here. You're claiming atheism.
Right.
So for you to make that claim, you have to provide proof. Can you prove that there is no God?
No, of course not. And I don't think I need to prove that.
There you go. So your belief is not based on rational thought or it's not justified by reason, is my point. It's just a belief.
Of course, it's just a belief, just like your belief in God is a belief, and that's not based on any rational proof.
Correct. All right. What I meant to say is blind faith, and you can have a belief, but your belief is based on reason. Okay.
Well, but my belief is
case,
based on a lack of blind faith.
But that's not what atheism is. Atheism is a claim that needs to be justified with proof, and you're not providing that.
No, that's not true. Atheism is a disbelief in a deity.
No, it's not. Atheism. We looked it up in the Stanford School of Philosophy. They have a dictionary and they explain what atheism is. It's the claim that God does not exist, and it should be substantial. Any claim needs to be backed up by an argument.
Okay. Well, I just googled, and atheism comes up as
look at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and you'll see that.
Well, an encyclopedia of philosophy is different than what words actually mean. Philosophers get deep into obviously atheism is anti-theism.
Going at a Google search is just a very high level, simplistic term. To delve into this subject in detail, we need to go to the most comprehensive definition is in the Stanford Dictionary of Philosophy.
Yeah, well, I'm not a philosopher. I'm a simple person.
Yeah, well, I don't know who. Actually, you can either believe everyone is a philosopher or no one's a philosopher.
Right.
Everybody has a level of philosophy that they go through.
I like Edie Brickell's song. Do you know Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians?
No, who's that?
She has a song. Philosophy is a walk on the slippery rocks. Religion is a lie in the fog. She's married to Paul Simon. She's like a foot taller than him. It's kind of funny. Edie Brickell. Philosophy. You never heard of Edie? Well, do you think music is
I've heard
wrong?
of Paul Simon, but I've not heard of the lady. Yeah, I think music in general is haram. Yeah,
probably 20 years younger. What I am is what I am. So I don't know if you would play this because if music is
I'll
wrong.
probably get a copyright strike again. Every week I'm getting copyright strikes. I have to. My channel's going to get shut down if I do another one. Yeah, don't play it, Mike, because I'll get copyright strike. Thanks.
But yeah, those are some of the great lines. Stop me in the shallow water before I get too deep. Philosophy is a walk on the slippery rocks. Religion is a smile on the dog. I'm not aware of too many things. I know what I know. If you know what I mean, do you? So anyways, what were we talking about? That I have to prove there is no God.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll disagree. I think you have to prove there is a God.
I'm
And
trying to remember the name of this this guy. What was his name? Oh my gosh. Let me look it up.
Do you find philosophers often to be a little bit crazy?
I don't know. I think everybody's crazy that I've when I come to think of it, especially the religious people. You know, the ones who call the apologists, whether they're Muslims or Christians. I think the Muslims are less crazy than the Christian ones, but they're all crazy. Yeah. So just like you have a problem with these Dawa people, I see similar problems with them too. So, but here, check this video. We don't watch the whole thing. We'll just play a clip. There's a famous atheist called Edward Tabash. Have you heard of him?
No, must be a Brit, no?
He's an American scholar, and he had a memorable debate with Greg Bahnsen.
It's funny, the Muslims seem to know more atheists than I do. I remember when I was on Discuss and somebody said you sounded like Christopher Hitchens. I'm like, who? Like I'd never heard of the Four Horsemen or the New Atheists. The Muslims seem to be tuned into these things. I guess if you don't drink, don't smoke, what do? You sit around and watch lectures.
All right, so here's Greg Bahnsen. Let's hear what he's got to say.
I was all the more glad that I was asked to come to this debate because I'm really sore about losing out on the Rose Bowl. Tonight's debate is kind of like going to a movie after it started, say midway through the screening of the movie. In order to understand and assess the conflict or the struggle that you're presently seeing, you have to catch up with the background that you haven't seen, but which explains and actually develops what's now going on presently on the screen. And I think that's true about tonight's debate as well. You really can't understand and evaluate what you see and hear up here until you look into the unspoken beliefs, which are really the context of what's going on. There's a crucial and a determinative intellectual background to tonight's public conflict between the theist and the atheist, a background which involves radically different philosophies about reality, knowledge, human value, and conduct. On the one hand, you have a view that says the world is at base matter in motion, and over against that, a view that says the material world is actually the creation and is controlled by a sovereign and all-knowing personal God. These different ultimate perspectives or worldviews are the context in terms of which each proponent reasons, what he takes to be relevant, what method and standards of reasoning he employs, how evidence is recognized, how it's assessed, and how it's applied. Mr. Tabash has a fundamental philosophy of life, an underlying worldview, which he brings as background baggage to the debate tonight. So do I. We each have, as yet, unspoken beliefs about the nature of reality, human experience, the possibility and methods of knowing, and how we should live our lives. And when all is said and done, these two opposing worldviews will guide and always be at work in our respective arguments or our appraisals of evidence. For example, atheists can be undaunted when Christians show the historicity of Christ's resurrection, pointing to it and saying, see, there's a miracle. But you see, given the atheist naturalistic presuppositions, he believes that someday, or he can believe someday, scientific explanation of that event is theoretically possible, in which case then it's not a miracle. On the other hand, theists are not dissuaded when atheists point to the evidence of natural disasters or children suffering in the world. For you see, given their presuppositions, God has a morally sufficient reason for ordaining such events, and thus they are not contrary to his goodness and his power, given those presuppositions. In both cases, the underlying worldview is the controlling factor in the reasoning and the conflicting conclusions to which the proponents come. And thus progress can be made in the atheist-theist debate only if we recognize that we all have, as it were, come into the movie midway. And we must confront the philosophical background to our disagreements. Tonight's debate comes down to a choice between the conflicting worldviews in terms of which we will be reasoning and arguing tonight. Now, I believe that the existence of the Christian God is an objective reality which is rationally provable. Please note four things, though, about what I've just said. First of all, notice that I am defending Christian theism specifically. I don't believe there is any unambiguous and coherent notion of theism in general. I'll be defending the Christian version of theism. Secondly, our concern here tonight is with the question of the truth of atheism or of theism, not with psychological motivations, not with subjective desires or the social functions, or even the personal character of theist or atheist. The truth about God, either inference. And then there are people who say, well, we know it's very projected and exhibited in similar things, even though they are separated by time and space. that the way things happen can be viewed as instances of general laws. And what has occurred in the past is a reliable guide for predicting and thus adjusting to the future. Now, this can be described in an elaborate and abstract way, but not many of you are philosophy majors and would want me to do that. The fact is, each of us is very familiar with what I'm talking about from personal experience. We're all quite acquainted with the process of moving from particular facts in our experience to general truths, which are exhibited by those particular experiences. For instance, children don't merely conclude from their pain that a particular
Yeah, this is going to be a long one, so I'll skip it. But I'll put the link in the chat, and it's probably worth watching at some point. Interestingly, so the guy who is debating Bunsen, his name is Edward Tabash. This is him. Mohammed Hijab debates him as well. They do a big debate years later. So you can check him out.
So did you see the friendly ex-Muslim just did a post on Mohammed Hijab deleting like 30 minutes of an interview with Yasser Ghadi?
No, I've not seen it.
Well, you should go to, I'm pretty sure it's the friendly ex-Muslim.
Okay.
But again, do you like follow a madhab? Are you
No, not really. No.
Right. So how is it possible that divine revelation gets split and divided into so many different schools of thought? Shouldn't there be like one divine revelation, right? So God came down, right? First of all, he sent, what I've been told by Muslims, 124,000 prophets, most of which aren't obviously named. You don't hear about anybody in the Western Hemisphere, but Muhammad is the seal of the prophets. He's the last guy. He's made everything clear. He's uncorrupted. Or talked about the Bible being corrupted and made everything clear. And first of all, he's in a very sparsely populated part of the world. There's no doubt Islam spread very quickly, and I suppose if you're religious, you could say miraculously, but why not put them down in, Manchuria or even India, where there's large populations,
But,
why not?
yeah,
Or Europe.
Yeah, I want you to hear this and see what you think. Hold up. Guy called Darth Dawkins. Well, he's known as Darth.
All right, we have a caller.
Is there something in
Come
the
on.
commandments about bearing false witness?
There is.
That's the part our president never read. Thanks for calling. Thanks for checking into the Atheist Forum. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, my name is Duncan. My question for you: I'm a Christian theist. Since you lack belief in God as the ground of all being, where God would be the foundation and basis for all rationality and intelligibility, since you lack belief in God, what then would be the ground of all being, or that which is absolute, that provides you with a basis for any intelligibility at all?
Well, the ground of all.
Did you get that question, Mike?
Sure. I mean, it's the whole objective, if it doesn't come from God, where does it come from? How are you grounded in a non-theistic morality? How do you, again, morality, is it just changing with which way the wind blows? Obviously the big argument now of the Muslims is like, how did the homos become acceptable? How are trans people? I was literally just texting my cousin in Wisconsin about Khadijah Brown Jackson, one of our most embarrassing Supreme Court judges, when she couldn't answer. Senator Blackburn asked her, "Can you define a woman?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know. What's a woman? What's the context? What is, what do you mean? You don't know what a woman is?" So, yeah, the argument of theists is there's no objective, post of which we're all anchored to, I guess. Yeah. So
Okay, let's see how they answer it. This atheist talk network.
Well, being is a pretty murky sort of concept, I should think, and not one which is clearly evident when you consider our experience of the universe. There is you would have to get into a considerable theological discussion or a philosophical discussion with someone like Sartre to come up with an adequate means of conveying the sense of what you mean by ground of all being. Especially
do you have such a conception?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I'm not clear on exactly what the ground of all
it can
being
be murky. Yeah,
is that something like a creator, or please explain that term a little bit. Duncan,
well,
please.
the ground of all being is whatever is absolute that provides for all contingencies. So when you as atheists make certain assertions about contingent relationships, they're going to be contingent ultimately on something that is absolute. That absolute, whatever it is, will either be personal or impersonal. If the absolute is personal, that's what we would call God. But since you lack belief in God, you must believe that there is an impersonal absolute that provides for all.
No, I believe that there's no such thing as absolutes. I believe that change is the only constant. And the one truth is that and in time, all things, this too shall pass. Okay.
Right. If you don't believe in any absolutes, then why does the word green mean the same thing now than it did last week? Do you believe that there are laws of nature, sir?
I believe in making a fair analogy of which comparing the color green to the idea of an absolute deity is not a fair comparison.
Do you believe there are laws of nature? Do you believe there are laws of nature?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I think we can all agree that if you want to go to a conception as the ground of all being, then the most obvious ground of all being is the universe itself. But the universe is continuously changing over time.
You're not addressing my question. You're talking around it. Now,
no, well, I'm giving.
Asked you, if you say there are no absolutes, then how do you assert that there are even laws of nature if there are no absolutes? You believe in laws of nature, don't you?
There are regularities and consistencies that are clearly observable.
What secures that there are laws of nature? What secures ultimately that there are laws of nature? Do they exist absolutely in and of themselves?
Oh, that's a good question, but
it is a good question.
How they can answer that?
Yeah,
and it's not necessarily you know the answer to that.
Sorry?
I don't know why they would dance around the laws of physics. Obviously, there are laws of nature, whatever you want to call them, laws of physics, inertia, an object in motion tends to stay in motion until acted upon another force. A lot of atheists, fall over their own tongues with, not wanting to say, yes, there is one truth, right? If I'm standing on the street corner and an accident happens and there's 3 other people standing around and we all give a different story of what happened, it only happened one way. Yeah.
All right, let's see what they say.
That question in order to know that the evidence concerning a supreme being is non-existent.
Okay, good.
That I do know.
Okay.
It's a human invention.
I don't pretend to be a astrophysicist or a biological scientist or any of those things of that nature. And so whether or not I know the answer to the question has nothing to do with the underlying facts.
Okay, so you say there's no evidence for God. Now, evidence entails causal relations and connections. Do you agree with that? I'm sure you would, right? Evidence entails causal relations and connections. So when you say there's no evidence for God, then the sun, the moon, and the stars don't have a causal relation to God as the causal origin.
That only moves our ignorance back.
Can I finish my question?
Sure.
Please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, since you deny that the sun, the moon, and the stars don't have a causal relation with God, i.e. evidence, can you tell me what is the causal origin of everything that begins then, if it is not God?
No, I can't, and neither can you.
Okay, if you don't know what the causal origin is, can you tell me how did you rule God out, sir?
I just said a moment ago, I looked at the evidence and I found it to be less than adequate to support the proposition.
Right. You're just restating the same claim. That's a circular response. If you say there's no evidence, you're stating that nothing has its causal origin in God. And since you don't know what the causal origin is of everything that begins.
And neither does anyone else.
Okay, all right, fine. But you need to focus on my question, please, right? If you don't know what the causal origin is, how did you rule God out? Stating that there's no evidence is just simply restating the same claim.
Well, I think
how did
that
you
we
rule God out?
we actually know the origin of God. God originated with human civilization. Before there were humans, there was no God.
Sir, you're speculating.
No, it's not speculation. It's pretty clear.
Question
if you
for
look
Duncan.
through the record of.
So that doesn't rule God out.
No, it doesn't. Duncan, you know the answer to your own question, and I will tell you why. There are literally millions of gods. We'll say thousands. You'll agree with me on that?
Right.
Well, how did you rule out? How did you rule out all of them? How did you rule out all of them except the one that you believe in?
How did I?
And when you answer that question, all you have to do is answer it one more time, and you know how I arrived at the same conclusion.
No, sir. That's what you're giving me is an atheist cliche and slogan, which is.
That's because it's true.
One more. Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
You haven't ever finished? Go ahead.
No, I asked a question and then you guys.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question. I tried to answer it.
Keep going.
Right, you did give me a response, and I appreciate that.
Great.
But the response was not germane to my question. Right now, since you asserted that nothing has a causal relation to God as the causal origin, but you don't know what the causal origin is, how did you rule out God? Do you have a defeater for the existence of a creator God?
I just said the same thing. I'll say the same thing. There are thousands of gods. You've ruled all of them out. Why don't you answer the question yourself? How did you manage to rule out those thousands of gods?
It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what I think.
Well, if it doesn't matter what you say, then why should I even listen to you?
Well, first of all, I'll repeat the question again.
Fine.
Your response is to offer an atheist slogan and cliche. Now, the question I asked you, since you have ruled God out as the causal origin of everything that begins, and you do not know what the causal origin is of everything that begins, do you have a defeater for the existence of God? Telling me, appealing to what I think is not an answer to the question.
Now, when you say
do you have, let me finish. I'm almost done.
Question.
Do you have a defeater for the existence of God?
By defeater, what do you mean? Yeah.
Okay, that God does not exist because of X, Y, Z. Do you have a logical defeater for the existence of God?
I never said God does not exist. I have never said that. What I said was that the evidence of the existence of God doesn't exist.
Right. Now,
that's the defeater, okay? And it's the same defeater you use. Why do you keep asking me such an obvious question?
Do you understand that when you say that there's no evidence for God, it is the same thing as saying that nothing has its causal origin as in God? Okay, that's the same thing.
No, it's not.
How did you? Okay, yeah, it is. Let me explain to you why it is. Evidence has to do with causal relations and connections between events.
Duncan,
if you say there's no evidence for God, let me finish, please.
No, I'm not going to let you finish because I'm not going to sit here and listen to a sermon. I'm not here to be lectured.
I'm pointing out your mistake.
No, you're not.
It's not a lecture. I'm simply correcting your mistake, and you don't like it.
Well, if you can do it briefly,
if you say there's no evidence for God, if you say there's no evidence for God, then what you were saying is nothing has a causal relation or connection to God as the causal origin. Now, I asked you, do you know what the causal origin is of everything that begins? And you said, no, you don't. Then how do you know that God is not the causal origin then?
Well, ignorance in this case, like the ignorance of the origin of the universe itself, it does not necessarily mean that you can fill in that space with God. As I was saying before,
that's not answering my question, sir.
Well, maybe not, but however, we're trying to give you an example of what is, after all, a cultural artifact, the notion of God, and how you came by that.
You're not answering my question.
It is anchored in the past. It's anchored in human history and human understanding. All evidences of God, all churches, all religions, all artwork and everything that has to do with it
Why don't you let him
is
finish?
anchored in time and anchored in human civilization and history. And you would have to admit that, well, I'm not sure that your question could be answered.
If you state that there's no evidence for God, it is the same as saying nothing has its causal origin or causal relation to God. It's the same statement. Now, since you have ruled God out and you don't know what the causal origin is of everything that begins, how did you rule God out? Do you have a logical defeater for the existence of God?
I think I've tried to answer that several times, but let me ask you this. Why don't you give us the evidence of the causal relationship? If it's so easily discerned, why don't you just prove it to us right now?
I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. You stated there's no evidence for God.
And I've answered it. I've answered it 3 or 4 different times.
well,
I'm sorry that you didn't like the answer. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
we
you gave
actually
a
have.
response. It had nothing to do with me not liking it, sir.
We actually
Your
have,
response
Duncan.
Your response was not germane to my question.
That's true,
what I said.
but
You didn't like
Duncan,
the
we've
answer.
got another caller, and maybe he knows the answer to your question.
So they don't have an answer to that question. There was this one. Let's see what.
Valentina Mivace, wir wollen herausfinden, wie viele Fragen du in 5 Minuten beantworten kannst. Ready?
Yes, ready.
All right, I really want to talk to Robin.
Ooh, yeah, let's do that.
Robin in Washington, D.C., welcome to the show. Hello, Robin, can you hear us?
Oh, that's going to be too long.
And if
We're not discussing cosmology, Dr. Krauss.
You're right. We're discussing nonsense.
What you're doing is
nothing useful to say.
What you're doing is you're trying to introduce.
Mute him.
All right.
I have nothing to say. He's just intellectual master.
First of all, Dr. Krauss, let me thank you for your time. We're approaching the final segments. And now, without further ado, please, you and Darth Dawkins can have a brief conversation, and then we will discuss briefly your book, your article that you wrote about the ideological corruption of science, and then we will say goodbye. Thank you so much in advance. Okay, Darth, you there?
I am.
Darth, I can't hear you. I'm having trouble hearing your voice.
I heard him say I am.
Here. No.
All right, Darth, the floor is yours. The floor is yours, Darth. Please take it away.
Yeah, Dr. Krauss, earlier you stated that God is not necessary. You can only make such a statement if and only if you first determine that God does not exist and that he's not ultimate and fundamental, instituting what's possible and impossible on a metaphysical level. How have you rationally justified?
Can I create a universe? No, sorry, I disagree with that completely. I can point out that my pen isn't necessary for that tree to grow across the way either. I can ask, and the point is, can I explain from fundamental principles and make predictions about how a universe can come into existence without any external guidance from an intelligent being? And if I can, then I can say that the existence of such an intelligent being is not necessary for that to happen. I don't have to ask any questions about the intelligent being.
You didn't let me finish my question.
I know I didn't. Yeah. I disagree with your premise, so I wanted to.
Okay, well, the problem here is God, by definition, in such a conversation like this, would be defined as what is ultimate and fundamental, instituting what's possible and impossible. If you say God is not necessary, that to all possibility and impossibility, then that entails that God does not exist. Okay. Now, if you haven't, may I finish, please? May I finish, please? This is the second time you've cut me off. Okay.
Yeah, I have,
right?
because I disagree with your premise.
Okay. Well, why don't you let me finish? Okay.
Okay.
Now, your position. Am I correct? It's your position that God does not exist.
How can I? No, my position is that there's no evidence for the existence of an intelligent being, and there's no necessity to understand the universe to have such an intelligent being. Whether such an intelligent being exists, let me finish now. Whether such an intelligent being persists or not is something that is a question that I can't answer.
Okay, so then for you, then the existence of God as what is ultimate and fundamental to all possibility, is that still an open question for you?
I don't. I mean, your definition of God is not what my definition of God. So it's a semantic question again. What I say is what's necessary to understand the universe is what we learn about the universe and the empirical laws that govern the universe. It turns out the universe can come into existence based on those empirical laws. Whether there's absolute and necessary, those things are not relevant to me as a scientist. They just aren't questions I come up with.
Okay, so when we talk about God, we're talking about what's ultimate and the creator. Okay, what is metaphysically first and primary, what institutes what's possible and impossible. Okay, so that's how we're defining God.
When you say first, what do you mean first?
That which is ultimate and fundamental.
No, when you say first, what do you mean first? When you say first, you mean before?
I'm saying no. I'm not speaking chronologically. I'm talking about what is fundamental. Why anything is possible. You know, this is about the fourth or fifth time you've interrupted me, Dr. Krause.
Well, maybe we should have this discussion then.
Well, I'm being very polite to you, and you're being very rude to me. I'm simply trying to get a question out. And that's the sixth time you've interrupted me.
Just a minute. Professor Krause, would you like to continue this conversation?
I want a back and forth. If I have to listen to a tirade, I'm not interested.
I haven't been in a tirade. You have been interrupting me. No, don't cut me off.
Darth, just a minute. Okay, Professor Krause, please go ahead, and Darth will follow.
I was asking you a question. I was asking you a question.
Okay, Darth, please, just a minute. Okay, you have to let Professor Krause engage.
No, let him ask his question.
Okay, go ahead, Darth. Ask the question. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I wasn't on a tirade. I didn't interrupt you, yet you interrupted me the whole time. Now, if you haven't determined that God does not exist, then how could you determine whether or not all facts are not related to him? You would first have to determine that God does not in fact exist. Consequently, therefore, nothing could stand in causal relations to him. How did you determine that all facts that you're acquainted with do not stand in causal relations to God without first determining God does not exist? How did you do that, Dr. Krause?
Well, because I don't claim to know everything. And that's the main point. Science doesn't claim to know the answer like people.
I didn't ask you a scientific question.
Okay, now you're interrupting me.
So you don't like that?
Okay, there's no sense of having this discussion. Thanks.
No, I asked you a legitimate question. You didn't answer.
Okay, Darth. How did you determine? Darth, he's not interested. I'm not interfering. Professor Krause says he.
No, I'll answer. You just mute him, and I'll answer.
Yeah.
Okay. The point is that as I tried to say to you before, I never argued that God doesn't exist. But the question it's like saying to me, I cannot describe the universe until I prove that unicorns don't exist.
Okay, you didn't address my question.
And I can somehow describe. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
And my point is
that causal relations to God.
If you are arguing that God is necessary for the universe to exist, I can't argue against that claim. But there's no empirical evidence for the claim.
I didn't make an argument to you, Dr. Krause. Position. Now you say that all of the
Darth, just a minute.
No, it's okay.
Stop muting Darth. Stop muting Darth, guys. I promised.
Yeah.
You
promised I wouldn't get muted. Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Krause.
Darth, just give me a minute, Darth. Give me a minute. Okay. So, Professor, let me try to reorder this. Okay. So, Professor Krause, the mods, please don't mute Darth as long as he isn't rude. So he wants to ask you a question. Darth, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Krause, I don't believe that you really addressed my question. You talked around it. You stated there's no evidence for God, which is the equivalent of saying that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not stand in causal relations to God. How did you determine that all facts do not necessitate God? Have you determined what is ultimate and fundamental?
I'm saying all the facts I know. I don't know all. The whole point of being a scientist is that I don't know all the facts in the universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth being a scientist because there'd be nothing to learn. There's more we don't understand about the universe than we.
You're not addressing the question.
Hold on. But based on everything we know about the universe, we can, just like if I take a ball and throw it in the air, Newton's laws will be sufficient for me to understand its trajectory. I don't have to know about whether the person who threw it is Democrat or Republican, or
you're not
white or black.
Dr. Krauss.
Well, then I guess I don't.
You're talking around it. I'll repeat the question. How did you determine that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate standing in causal relations to God? How did you determine that?
Because the predictions that those facts produce theories which give predictions which give complete explanations.
That does not address the question, Dr. Krauss, at all.
Right, it doesn't. Which is
if
one
God
of the
is defined, if God is defined as what is ultimate and fundamental to all possibility and impossibility, and you say all facts do not stand in relations to that fundamental thing, God, I want to know, how did you determine that? Can you answer that, please?
Well, the point, yeah. The answer is that you're inventing something, a term, when you're making an assumption that something is fundamental and necessary. How do you know?
Oh, so you don't believe that there's anything ultimate or fundamental, sir?
There may not be. I don't know.
Okay, so then if nothing is fundamental or ultimate, you are in a chance world. And if you're in a chance world, anything can happen. And if anything can happen, that destroys intelligibility. Do you believe that chance is ultimate, sir?
Yes.
Okay, well, then you've now destroyed your ability to know anything, because if chance is ultimate...
That's not true. I know a lot more about physics than you.
No, let me explain to you why this is a problem. If chance is ultimate, then you cannot say what is, can be, or cannot be. It doesn't matter what your predictive success is. Okay, that could be just a cosmic lucky strike.
Now, because you don't understand chance. Physics depends upon chance. It's probabilities. If you know the probability distribution,
that's not what I'm meant by chance.
Let me finish. Quantum mechanics depends upon chance, but it's also deterministic. Quantum mechanics says that there are probabilities that you'll measure the result of some experiment, but the underlying Schrödinger equation is a second-order differential equation whose results are completely deterministic.
That's not how I'm using the word chance.
Well, you better learn how to.
You're arguing against a version of chance that I'm not positing. Okay.
Oh, good.
A chance world. When I say chance is ultimate, I'm not using the word chance the way you just did. Chance is that there is nothing.
That's because you're not a physicist.
Ultimate. Well, what I'm not discussing physics with you. I'm discussing metaphysics.
Well,
just a minute. Let me just finish, okay, Dr. Krauss. When I say chance, I mean there's nothing that is ultimate and fundamental dictating what's possible and impossible. So in your view, your view is then anything is possible, nothing is impossible. Is that your view, Dr. Krauss?
If there's a multiverse, that could be the case. That means
no. I said, do you believe that nothing is impossible?
Do you want my answer or not? Just tell me.
Yeah, I want an answer. Do you believe that nothing is impossible?
Do you want my answer or not?
Okay, just a minute.
And if you don't like my answer, I don't give a damn.
Okay.
No, the problem is you haven't been addressing my question.
Let me give you my answer.
Just a second. So, Professor Krauss,
yeah. Okay, can I answer or not? As a physicist would answer.
I'm not asking you a physics question. Okay. I'm asking you, is anything at all impossible?
It's a physics question.
No, it's not. It's a metaphysical question.
Well, that's because you don't understand physics.
I'm not a materialist or a monist like you are, sir.
I know, and that's why you spend all your time.
But you're assuming that I'm a monist or a naturalist. All I want to know from you is anything impossible metaphysically?
It's a question that I really don't care about.
Well, so you don't have an answer to it? So you don't have an answer to the question?
No. It's a question.
Okay, so then if you can't say that anything is impossible, then you destroy your ability to rationally justify what is, can be, or cannot be, because nothing's impossible.
I may destroy your rational ability, but not my rational.
No, you're not understanding the implications, Dr. Krauss. Dr. Krauss, if nothing is impossible, Okay, I'm not
There's a
discussing
multiverse.
cosmology. Dr. Krauss, I didn't invoke cosmology.
Let me try and
But I'm
explain
pointing
something
out
to
to
you.
you.
You want me to
Can I get a
explain
word in
something
before I
that you
have to
don't
go,
understand?
Dr. Krauss? Dr. Krauss, if nothing on a metaphysical level, on the grand scheme of things, is impossible, then you cannot say what is, can, or cannot be, because nothing's impossible.
That's
Okay?
right.
You've
And if it's a
destroyed.
multiverse, and if a
We're not
if it's a
discussing
multiverse-
cosmology, Dr. Krauss.
You're right. We're discussing nonsense. Could
What
you
you're
talk?
what
I
you're
have
doing
nothing,
is
nothing useful to say.
what you're doing is you're trying to introduce. Okay.
Mute him.
All right.
I have nothing to say. He's just intellectual masturbation.
Okay, got it. So Darth, I didn't break my promise. You got it, but Professor Krauss doesn't want to. All right, so Professor
I mean,
Krauss,
I feel like somebody needs to.
all right. So Professor Krauss,
So yeah, Lawrence Krauss thinks that from nothing came something. How can something come from nothing? That's just utterly baffling.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
bear with
don't
me.
get why atheists don't just go with, I always say the universe has always existed. It doesn't need a creator, just like the creator doesn't need a creator, right? I mean, if religious people say all things need to be created by something, then who created God, right? Well, God was uncreated. Okay, well, let's substitute the word universe for God. Problem solved. Are you there? Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, sorry about that. If you can hear me still?
Hello, hello, hello.
Pizza delivery, and the guy was. I didn't realize the pizza was there. So what I'm going to do. Hey, Jen, what's happening? Yeah. If there's any yeah. So if there's anything you want me to react to, guys, just put it in the link, and or share the link, and I'll do that. But yeah, Mike, I think atheism is the wrong choice for you. Yeah, I don't think you're an atheist, really.
Okay. Can I be a secularist? Can I agree with separation of religion and state? Or is that bad? Should we all adopt Sharia to save?
There's no such thing as
Western world?
secularism, too, right? That doesn't exist.
Well, no, I think it does. It's a concept that came out of
It's an
the
idea.
American Revolution.
That's
Yeah,
all
it's
it
an
is.
idea.
It's not practical. It's not something practically possible.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's some principles from religious theologies that bleed into, cultural norms. I mean, obviously, theology existed before secularism, but if you look at, say Islam, the dhimmi status of people within a nation state or a caliph or caliphate, should non-Muslims be given the same status of Muslims? You look at the Pact of Omar. So under Islam, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, this is my understanding, the ruler will be a male Islamic ruler. Yep. And people of the book, Christians and Jews. And then, it was funny when the Islamic State were killing the Yazidis, in America, at least, the North American Fiqh Council, I think, led by Yasser Ghadi, somehow said, oh, the Yazidis are people of the book. You can't just kill them. But let's say they aren't, right? You have, let's say, Christians, Jews, and the Zabians or whatever, who may have been followers of John the Baptist, who maybe don't exist anymore, are one status. Polytheists are of another status. Myself, being an atheist, would be of a lower status. So how would we all be dealt with within this great Islamic caliphate? People like to say, oh, the Jews were welcomed by the Ottomans. Well, that's true, but they're people of the book.
You mentioned a group, right, with 4 letters. I don't know if you've seen this clip about them. Listen to this. Interesting, that, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear or see anything. Yeah.
You didn't see it? Hold on, let's say that again. Hold on. Present. Oh, sorry, it's still not playing, is it? Hold on.
Simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a
Can you hear it now?
Lots and others.
Can hear it.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly.
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute. But when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.
Interest in that?
Right. Well, the fun thing is the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria was also called the Islamic State in Iraq and Lebanon, or the Islamic State. I mean, they went through all sort of iterations of their acronyms or their initials. So I don't think that means much.
Yeah. Have you heard of James Traficant?
James Traficant? No, I have not.
Okay, he was a congressman in the United States. Check this out. This was from 2009.
I don't see, but I assume it will be a kind of backing of the Free Syrian Army when the Civil War started. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting that Muslims now think, I guess, Assad is like a great guy, even though he's an Alawite.
Yeah, crazy.
Kafir by many Muslims.
Yeah.
It's funny. Well, not funny, but you see the what's happening in Gaza, and people are like, oh, 30,000 people have been killed in 6 months or something. I guess, I don't know how old you are, but 1982, the Hama massacre in Syria, where Assad's father, Hazif, I think, surrounded Hama and killed 30,000 people in like 20 days or something. Cut off the water, cut off the power, just because it was, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Baathists, first them. And, again, even today, you see, the Sudan, according to the UN, there's 2 million children on the verge of starvation in Sudan. And nobody's like running around with their hair on fire about it. But
true.
Gaza, 30,000 people are killed in 6 months, and it's the worst atrocity since.
Well, it's different in that in Sudan, nobody's put people into a cage, and then
that's true.
So
they can run away to farther things.
In Sudan, they can run away, and
I don't know why
people are stuck in a cage.
Yeah, I don't know why Egypt keeps its border closed, and there are some Muslims who speak out against Egypt.
Yeah, well, the fact that the only way out is to leave the borders means it's ethnic cleansing, which is illegal.
Sure. In 2004, I think Bush called the Jihadin, killing people in Darfur in the Sudan genocide, and the international community pushed back against them. Like, oh, this isn't a genocide. Like, what are you talking about? There's not enough people being killed. They're stuffing bodies in the wells to poison the water and things.
They forced Sudan to split the country in two, so.
Yeah, well, or I guess Darfur was in Somalia. But yeah, Sudan got split in two. I guess George Clooney did that.
Yeah. All right, check this out. Tell me what you think of this.
Congressman, you said something in an interview with our own Greta Van Susteren. You and I got into this on my radio show, and I am shocked, frankly disappointed, and these remarks sound like the conspiratorial, anti-Semitic remarks of people that we have heard from over the years. And what you said was, quote, talking about Israel and quote, Jewish people, they're controlling much of our foreign policy. They're influencing much of our domestic policy. What do you mean by that? Because that sounds to me like a bizarre conspiracy theory. Why would you say something like that when it's just, first of all, patently untrue?
Number one, I served in Congress for 17 years. I've seen members question bills and votes on how does Israel feel about this. I must have heard that every time there was a significant vote. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not an enemy of Israel. America supports Israel, and we should. They're a free nation. They're our friends amidst a cluster of dictators and monarchs. So certainly I support Israel. But Israel, through its lobby, has manifested so much power over the United States Congress that we're embroiled in wars that I don't believe we should be. Our kids are coming back in body bags. And in the long run, this Israeli lobby is going to hurt Israel. So as soon as you mention Israel, someone claims you're an anti-Semite. The truth of the matter is, I'm pro-American, Sean. And I don't know, I don't like, hear me. Hear me.
Listening.
I don't like what's happening in America today.
All right, that's fair.
Our kids are coming back in body bags.
Wait a minute, but you're saying
we're bankrupt, completely broke.
But you're suggesting here that we're fighting wars on behalf of Israel. But you just mentioned the 9/11 attacks.
I think a lot of that has been influenced
Hear me
by
now,
Israel.
Congressman. We're not fighting the war. We didn't fight the war in Iraq. We're not fighting in Afghanistan for Israel. We're fighting because this country was attacked, because the 9/11 Commission report said there's a group of enemies against us that are fighting a war against us, and we're not at war with them. So we're fighting them because they killed 3,000 plus Americans. That's why we're fighting. It has nothing to do with Israel.
All right, let me respond to that. We're in a situation where the commission come out and they discuss the attack on America. There's no doubt about it. But our policies in the Mideast have been so one-sided and subjective. Without objectivity, we've created so many enemies. The only way they can strike back is we've imported the terrorists from those actions.
Wait a minute.
So if you question it, you're saying you're an anti-Semite.
That's not what you did. That's not what you said. You said they're controlling our foreign policy. They're controlling our domestic policy.
Yes, I believe they are.
Hear me now.
I believe they control the Senate and the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
That's insane.
And they're controlling our foreign policy.
Congressman, that's conspiratorial nutjob stuff.
No,
listen,
it's nothing to do with conspiracy.
Are we supposed to be friends with Syria? Are we supposed to be friends with Iran? Were we supposed to be friends with Saddam Hussein, Hezbollah, Hamas?
Hold it, Sean.
Well, you said we're not.
Sean,
we're only
I know
friends
you
with
need
Israel.
ratings. I know you need ratings, but just hold it.
I have ratings.
I'm not saying we should be friends over there with anybody. I'm saying we should be objective. We have developed serious enemies from a one-sided policy. And yes, I believe Israel, through their lobby, has manifested total power of the Congress of the United States.
Power.
And my concern is the taxpayers and the citizens of the United States should control their government, not a foreign entity.
To suggest, as you're doing here tonight, that they control our Congress, that, quote, they are influencing and the sole control of influencing of our domestic policy is an absurdity. It sounds like you are a kook.
Sean, I'm not suggesting it. I'm telling it. Yes, I believe they manifest a great power over America. Let me also say, in the last 4 years, there are 2 separate incidents of AIPAC spying on America. We even conducted a search warrant on AIPAC headquarters. Now, I don't like what's going on here. All I'm telling you is I'm concerned about America. You and I might disagree. I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm not against Israel. And if Israel's attacked, I'm the first one to want to support them. But what I'm saying to you is this power that's being manifest on our Congress is going to backfire, and it's going to end up in the long run hurting Israel, because the American people are getting about fed up with this government.
One last shot at this. Will you back down from, quote, they are controlling much, meaning the Israelis, they are controlling much of our foreign policy. Will you back off that statement?
No, I don't.
All right, then we disagree. Congressman, thanks for being with us.
Good to be on your show.
There you go.
Right. So I pulled up this guy. I didn't know who he was. He's a congressman from Ohio. Looks to be pretty much a populist. His hometown was Youngstown. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's right in the heart of the Rust Belt. Cardinal Mooney High School, that's in Sarasota. Well, we used to play Cardinal Mooney, but anyways, he died in like 2017. He was a Democrat, or died in 2014. But yeah, I think everybody knows AIPAC is a powerful lobby and has a lot of money. It was absolutely hilarious. I remember when Ilhan Omar said, "Follow the Benjamins." I'm not even sure what it was about, but
yeah,
she got pushed back and she actually apologized. I couldn't believe it. I was like, well, first of all, post 9/11, the Muslims have incorporated the Jews playbook of scream. The Jews say anti-Semitism. If anybody criticizes anybody Jewish or anything related to Judaism, just call them an anti-Semite. So the Muslims incorporated that right off the bat. Just if anybody says anything they don't like about Islam, just call them an Islamophobe, which I found was ironic that they kind of co-opt homophobe into Islamophobe when they hate the homos, But when Ilhan Omar, I was like, man, these leftists, when are these two things going to collide? And they did when Omar said, "Follow Benjamins," and next thing you know, she's groveling and saying, "Oh, I apologize. I didn't understand it was an Israel or anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic trope to say they have money." Like, everybody knows Jews have a lot of money. They're very successful. That's one of the reasons they're hated everywhere they go, is they become successful in their societies. But it's just kind of risible that these two things are simpatico, yet they run into each other, and which one comes out on top,
Yeah.
And I think the Jews were winning until October 7th, and now they're probably losing, but they'll get things back together. They do have a lot of control. Did you ever see David Chappelle when he hosted Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
After the Kanye West thing, when Kanye West came out, that was hilarious. He's like, "Kanye, I got." He takes a little piece of paper out of his pocket. And he says, "I'm not saying all Jews or blah blah blah," and he says, "There's two words you can't say in the English language, and it's the Jews. Don't ever say the Jews." And then he goes on and he says, "Now, there's a lot of Jews in Hollywood, but I'm not saying they control Hollywood. There's a lot of Jews in Ferguson, Mississippi." This is after the Mike Brown shooting. He's like, "But that doesn't mean they're in charge. But the Jews might have a little control over Hollywood."
Yeah. This so one of the people in the chat asked if I could check this video. This is about Leeds, where the riots were. So let's see what's going on. If it plays. Some long adverts. Here we go.
TV or social media personalities or politicians or YouTubers who do have their own hidden agenda. So anyway, I made that video yesterday, and the video was about Meher Telsi's take on Mortin Ali, who is basically a councillor in Leeds. And I didn't know anything about Mohsin Ali. So when I made the video yesterday, I didn't know anything about this guy, but I was literally basing my opinion on the information that I had. So what I would like to do in this video is share with you guys a bit more research to Mohsin Ali actually was like, and then I want
We will not be silent. We will raise the voice of Gaza. We will raise the voice of Palestine. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. We just watched a long advert and now we have to watch another one. Here we go. Let's see.
Right, very interesting. This is what I've seen. So I explained how they tried to reasoning did some people they must now. Yeah, politician. I'm
not going to listen to her. I just want to find a bit.
The people and both sides are opposing each other.
That's not a good video to
Who
watch.
has
Let's see. If I go back, maybe there's a better one. Nah, none of them are good. By the way, you know Hamza from Hamza's Den, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right.
At least I mean, I know who he is. I was on his.
He went live with Jake.
Arena the one
today,
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Episode 60, and then I was banned, so I'm not allowed back.
That's crazy.
It's funny because I actually his Fab Hijab thing. Afterwards, I could troll him on that, and I would make comments and stuff. And at one point, he's like, "We kind of like Mike" or something, and then it was weird. If you go on, ask him if the guy ever gave him his money back from. There was a guy came into his shop apparently and asked for money to take a train.
Oh, okay.
He locked his keys in his car or something.
Oh wow.
And he's like, "Well, I think the brother was all right. He'll give me like $8 back or whatever." He seemed to know the train schedules or something. Like we don't have trains here in Florida and stuff, but he seemed to like. I've always meant to want to ask him if that guy ever came back and gave him his money back.
Yeah. So let's see what if there was an interesting discussion with Jake, and I like Jake. I think he's pretty good.
The metaphysician.
Allah allowed.
Yeah, Jake, the metaphysician.
He's apparently got MS. Did you see that?
Yeah, subhanAllah. It was a bit sad to hear that.
Yeah, Al Yemi, he's selling fragrance. I told him he should name it Fragrance of Jinnah, but I don't think he took my recommendation.
Who's Al Yemeni? Is he any good? Al Yemeni? I don't know who he is.
Yeah, I don't think he posts much on his channel. He seems very scholarly. He does like very long, in-depth things and post stuff.
Okay, let's hear.
Texts that you're referring to, what reading are they in?
So these are the first 4 that have been printed. So this is.
Oh, look, they're talking to somebody called Mike. Mike.
Oh.
Yeah.
What reading are they printed in? And if you're going to say that the text itself has been corrupted in any form, what has been corrupted? So printed.
And in the 3rd paragraph, let's keep die the all of the guys. The reason why I'm bringing this up, as far as the Quran, because the Quran makes the claim that it's perfectly preserved.
The Quran is perfectly preserved.
Okay, well, and the reason
it doesn't say it's printed perfectly, does it?
Well,
it doesn't say people might. If I rip a page out of the Quran, does that mean the Quran's not preserved anymore?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not if you
right.
rip a page out.
So the Quran is about recitation. Okay, it's been memorized. Okay. Now
I'm speaking.
I'm trying to look. I always try to like to expose a double standard. Okay, so I'm trying to understand how you're thinking. Yeah. We don't make the claim you think we're making. We don't make that claim. We don't say there can't be printing errors or scribal errors. We don't make this claim.
Okay, I'm basing this off.
The reason we'll know. One second. Okay. But the reason we'll know there's a printing error or maybe a scribal error is because it's memorized. We don't need the text. It's the other way round. It's the oral tradition that will expose a text, whether it's been corrupted. So if somebody tries to change the Quran, the memorization of the Quran, the preservation. Why do you think people who have memorized the Quran are called hafiz? You know what hafiz means in Arabic?
What does that mean?
It means protectors. So the hafiz is like a protector of the Quran. Yeah, or a preserver of the Quran. So somebody in the future could try to write whatever they like in the book, print whatever they want in the Quran, claim it's the Quran. But when the hafiz comes and they read the Quran, no, this is not the Quran. And all the hafiz have memorized the same Quran. Nobody's memorized the Quran in St. Petersburg and all of a sudden have left a verse out of Surah Al-Fatiha or added a verse in Surah Al-Baqarah. Everyone is reciting the same thing. So the problem is, you see, you're attacking a premise that doesn't exist. Because you're saying, well, the Quran says that the Quran will always be printed perfectly and every scribe will never make an error. Well, the Quran doesn't say that.
Yeah, and if your point is that the Quran, has scribal errors, then that's fair. I accept that. I'm more speaking to this idea that the Kitab has always been perfectly preserved, as far as there's no book.
How do we know it's an error? How do you know it's an error?
Well, I can only go by the historical sources.
No, you can only know because of the preservation of the Quran. Only the preservation of the Quran can expose an error. Now, how do you know what's an error in your book? As a Christian, how do you know what's an error? What should be there? What shouldn't be there?
Well, that's a separate point, but I just look at
the
original.
It's not a separate point. It's not a separate point.
Well,
because
Hamza,
you're coming with a principle. Are you saying that is the Bible the word of God, according to you?
Of course.
Can you remove from the word of God?
No.
Can you add to the word of God?
No, I don't think we can add to the word of God at all.
Right. So when a verse is removed from your word of God, what does that tell you?
But we can look at the original. It's not removed.
No, if a verse is removed from your Bible, if you look at your Bible right now and there's a verse removed, what does that tell you?
Okay, so are you saying that there's never been anything like that in the Quran? No verses have ever been removed?
I'm saying to you right now, if I could demonstrate to you a verse has been removed from your Bible, you will have to concede that it's not the word of God.
Well, no, that's not true, because I have the Hebrew. I have the Greek and the Hebrew.
Okay, you can't remove from the word of God. Why do you keep saying Hebrew?
No, because Hamza.
Which New Testament gospel was written in Hebrew?
No, okay, I'm talking about the Old Testament Hebrew.
No, which New Testament? I'm talking about you're a Christian, mate. Which New Testament gospel was written in Hebrew? Because I don't know why you keep saying Hebrew like you have something saying Hebrew.
I'm saying Hebrew.
Do you read Hebrew? Do you read Hebrew?
I can read Hebrew if it's on Bible Hub for sure. I can and I can use ChatGPT. I can literally copy and paste a page and import it into ChatGPT.
Right. So the New Testament's in Greek, yes?
Yes.
Right. Right. So when there's a verse missing,
then I can go to the original Greek.
But the verse is still missing.
But Hamza, you're talking about a translation. You're talking about a verse missing from.
I'm not talking about a translation. I'm talking about verses that have been taken out, that are no longer existing. That go Acts 8:36, Acts 8:38, and there is no Acts 8:37 in your Bible.
Well,
when there used to be.
Okay, so we can look at the original and see which verse has been taken out, right?
You don't have an original.
No, you can see which verse has been added.
You said in the.
Yeah, it's difficult debating Christians. They just don't use logic. It's really.
Yeah, well, it's also difficult debating Muslims. It's funny. I just rewatched the other night. I was on the South African Debate Initiative guy Yosef, and I noticed Hamza. And if you look back at my time on Hamza's den, they'll ask you a question, you start to answer it, and then they'll jump right on you again and say something else. Well, what do you think it is? I'm like, okay, well, what about that? And Hamza, I rewatched that a while ago. He'd ask me something, I'd say, okay, so I think that he's like, forget about that. Like, what do you mean forget about it? And in the time, you don't think to push back on it. I try not to talk over people because it's nonsense when you watch YouTube things and everybody's just yelling and you can't understand anybody, and obviously it's their channel. So, they get rained to some degree. But you start saying something, and he's like, "Forget about that." Blah, blah. I'm like, "Well, you just asked me. Well, what about this?" They're off to something else, you know.
Yeah. So Mike, somebody's asking, what's your views on Pastor John Hagee?
The fat guy who's got a television show?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's a televangelist. I think he has his own
okay.
network or something, maybe out of Texas or something. Right? You barely like scroll across them. I would imagine he's a moron.
Okay.
I don't know that much to give an opinion, but I'm going with he's an idiot.
Aziz, salam alaikum, brother. How you doing?
Walaikum salam. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. What are you guys talking about?
We're just going through different. We were just checking out Hamza's Den and his discussion with Christians, and
Oh, okay.
but Mike is a critic of Islam. He doesn't agree with it.
Are you?
What does he think? He sounds American. What does he think of this fake hillbilly who's does he think this J.D. Vance? Do you think he's authentic?
The hillbilly elegy? I've never read.
Yeah,
his book.
hillbilly elegy. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize Appalachia actually runs up into Ohio. I guess down into Kentucky. I mean, I think the Cincinnati airport's actually in Kentucky or something, but that kind of makes sense. But I don't know much about him. Apparently, he went into the Marines as a young man shortly after 9/11. Went to Ohio State, graduated, went to Yale Law School, married his Indian Hindu wife. One of his kids is named Vivek, and now he ran
There's
for.
a child called Vivek.
yeah. His one son is Vivek.
Yeah. What happened to Nikki Haley and Vivek? Why didn't Trump choose Vivek to be? Because Vivek's always on Fox News.
Yeah, Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen on YouTube Greg Foreman, I think is his name, the black conservative guy. He loves Vivek. So yeah, that was seen as probably his biggest pick. But I think Trump. It's funny because of course in 2016, when Trump was first running, to be president, J.D. Vance literally called him Hitler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He called him Hitler, and his book was for liberals. His book was he was seen as a liberal, and now he's this Islamophobe.
His book was kind of in between. Like he talked about, being in Appalachia, which maybe the British don't know, is like the poorest, white part of America. It's a mountain range that runs from Georgia, up to Pennsylvania, coal country, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and a lot of fentanyl addicts and drug addicts in there. It's like if you ever saw the movie Deliverance. That is like the epicenter part of Appalachia. They're hillbillies. They're backwoods people. They don't have power in their houses and whatnot. So, anyways, he wrote a book called A Hillbilly Elegy. But his book was kind of like he managed to make it out, and people who don't make it out, usually it's because of their own bad choices. Yet at the same time, liberals kind of liked it, and it was like, oh, these poor people, they can't live the American dream because they're in these surroundings or whatever. Kind of like, menace to society in Watts or something, South Central LA. But he's the vice president nominee for the Republicans now.
Yeah, but I found it strange that the first thing he did is he took a swipe. He said the UK is the first Islamist country to have a nuclear bomb, and I'm being like, what's that got to do with American politics?
I think that's an old clip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's an old clip. He was in the UK, maybe as a senator, So after he graduated Yale, he did some law stuff, I guess, and then he became a venture capitalist in San Francisco and made millions. And then he ran for a Senate seat in Ohio, and he's only been a senator for 18 months. Now he could be a vice president, but he was in the UK at some point, and he kind of made a joke about the first Islamic state with a nuke could be the UK, as in you guys are letting too many immigrants in. He's certainly an anti-immigrant.
But the people he's talking about, some of the people he's talking about are older than him. So some people, like the people he would call immigrants, are actually born in the UK, and they've been there before he was born. He's only 39. So
yeah. I imagine he's probably talking about large Bangladeshi,
and Pakistani.
There's more, former British India people who came over probably in the 70s. Yeah, he's only 39. He was born in
some in the 50s.
Late
some
70s.
came earlier than that. Some came earlier. So it's his knowledge of history is very, very poor.
Yeah, well, I think he probably falls in line with Tucker Carlson and white America or white England has seen such dramatic changes since this late 60s, early 70s. When we opened immigration floodgates, kind of, and the culture's being changed so dramatically, so quickly. It's upsetting the apple cart.
I think it's a very lazy. It's a very lazy analysis, because if you think Reagan and Thatcher opened the doors to neoliberalism, and the white people who've been left behind, which you talk about, their thing is to blame immigrants when they should be blaming their own government.
Right. Well, I don't know where I said white people were left behind, but
no, the people he wrote about in his book, for example,
right.
He's blaming them in his Hillbilly Elegy. He's blaming them for their own poverty, basically. He's saying they make bad choices in life.
Right.
That's why they're still poor. Type of thing.
Sure. I mean, don't you think that's true? Often poor people make bad choices in their lives, and that's why they remain poor.
Yes and no.
Okay.
I think if you're poor already, most wealth is an inheritance. Do you understand? So
well, that may be true in Islam, but I literally it's funny. I literally just gave my niece the book, The Millionaire Next Door, which was written in 1994. And in America, 80% of millionaires are self-made, as in they inherit very little money or no money. In other countries that may be different. Obviously, you have whole structure in Europe of the aristocracy and whatnot, but in America, most millionaires are self-made or business owners. Or
okay, alhamdulillah, that's good. But Trump
inherited a lot of wealth too. Sure. Yeah. No, Trump's not a self-made millionaire by any.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, yeah. And even someone who goes into venture capitalism, again, I'm not sure I don't think it's fair for them to lecture people about, you probably saw like the Indian Prime Minister we had in
Modi?
the UK. No. We had a guy called Rishi Sunak. He's a British Prime
Rishi
Minister.
Sunak,
Yeah. He
I'm
married
sorry.
into a
When you
very
said
wealthy-
Indian Prime Minister, thought you meant of India, but of
No,
the
no,
UK.
no.
Yeah, the Indian guy who's in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and like Vivek Ramaswamy made his money in pharmaceuticals. But I don't know how much money his family came to America with or anything, but he's $100 millionaire or something. Yeah, he might be a billionaire. I'm not sure. But wealth creation is, it's open to everyone if you work hard enough. My father was the first person in his family ever to go to college, and he retired at 55, as a millionaire. Not that $1 million is much anymore, but that was back in the 90s. The baby boomer generation in America has a lot of wealth because, again, they are big savers. They create wealth. They hoard their wealth. They don't spend on silly things. I have 8 nieces and nephews. They're all, well, 2 of them are still in college, but the other 6 are all have master degrees or doctorates, and they eat lunch out every day. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you got to be kidding me! You're dropping $10-12 on lunch every day. It's like, make a sandwich for $3. But it is what it is.
True. Excellent.
So, I'm sorry, I can barely see your name. Oziz?
Oh, Aziz.
Are you a Brit?
Yeah, but I'm in Australia.
Oh, you're in Australia.
I'm working in Australia.
I
work with the people you're talking about. But here, they don't call them hillbillies. They call them bogans.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have, in America, we have like rednecks, we have hillbillies. We have, those are kind of the poor white class people, working class people.
Yeah.
Of course, we have blacks who live in the ghettos and stuff, and Hispanics who are low class.
But I thought when I used to watch your program in the 90s, I thought America was meant to be a classless society.
Oh, no.
I thought that was more of a British thing.
I thought Australia is considered the big classless society. No, in America, we're very much divided along class. And yeah, I mean, the lower class hates the upper class to many degrees. I guess our one saving grace is the idea that anyone can move from lower class to upper. We're the land of opportunity. If you work hard enough, we have a lot of working people who don't begrudge rich people because they think one day they could be the rich people. But no, we're far from a classless society. There's great hatred among the classes to some degree.
So what's going to happen with Biden? Because
I think he's going to drop out.
But it's clear he's got dementia, though. It's clear he's got them. Like, you don't have to be even a fully qualified doctor to know that.
Yeah, no, he's at end of life here. I mean, he's lost it. He wasn't in great shape 4 years ago, and he's only gotten worse. It appears from most pundits' aspect it's his wife Jill and his family members are keeping him in just because they're milking it for as much as they can. But yeah, he's sad, and it is somewhat elder abuse at this point that they're putting him through.
Yeah. But aren't the Democrats to blame for that? Because they didn't want what's his name? They didn't want Bernie Sanders, so they've chosen him because he's like establishment.
Well, actually, I thought Bernie's big chance was in 2016 when they pretty much put Hillary in over Trump, and then Trump won. Yeah, that would have been the time to push Bernie. You're a true progressive left-wing you know, Democrat. But you know, it was what was his name? James Colburn or something, the South Carolina, the black guy who pretty much pushed Biden into the nominee as 2020. In 2020, you know, you had Bloomberg was running, and he was looking at Super Tuesday with hundreds of millions of dollars and blah blah blah. But Biden did literally say, "I'm going to do one term. I'll be a bridge guy. I'll step away." And now he has. It was actually kind of funny. I was watching a press conference, and it was a Muslim woman from NPR. She had a hijab on, and she said to Biden, you know, in 2020, you said one term and then leave. Why are you staying? You know, he gave the whole, well, things have changed. I did so much. I want to see it through, blah, blah, blah. But even back then, you were like, well, he's too old. He doesn't have enough energy. So he said, we'll do 4 years and then we'll pass it on. And obviously, you're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Once you have power, it's hard to let it go.
Exactly. So he's looking like an African leader that you guys need to do a coup or something to get rid of.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say it as a white man. It was like it feels like the Africans when I think there was one woman who doesn't somebody give like $1 million to an African president if they step down or something? And there was one chick who actually took it, like stepped away voluntarily. But you know Mugabe and Idi Amin, and you know you can go back how far you want, and you know even Zuma and South Africa and all these guys all up.
Yeah.
But it was funny. I was on the South African debate initiative the other night. I don't remember it too well. I was pretty drunk, but the Yosef guy was going on about how we got the worst presidential nominees of all time. I'm like, I agree with you, but I didn't think to say it. That's what makes America great. Our president can be horrible, and we still just keep chugging along. We are the economic engine that runs the world. I know a lot of people want to see America collapse and decline. But guess what? When our grain exports stop, everybody's going to stop. You can think it's great to see America fall on its face, but when the wheat and the corn coming out of the Midwest fails, I mean, look at when they invaded Ukraine. Disrupted 2% of the wheat production in the world, and people are talking about everybody's going to starve.
But when is that going to stop? The Ukraine thing.
I gotta assume Ukraine's going to have to give up the Donbass and a big chunk of territory to the Russians and just call it quits. I mean,
yeah. Will Trump? Do you think Trump will call it off? Will Trump stop? Because you guys are giving Zelensky like $50 billion every couple of months. Every time he comes to America, you give him more money.
Yeah, and the funny thing was, I just saw the Germans are cutting their foreign aid to $4 billion from $8 billion. Like, that's not even real money anymore. But yeah, when the Europeans start cutting them off from aid, we can't keep hundreds of billions. They're going to have to sue for peace. Zelensky, you fight the good fight. You talk the big talk. We're not going to give up an inch of ground. We want Crimea back. Come down to no. You're going to have to give up your whole freaking eastern border. Crimea is going to go with Russia. You might even have to get a land bridge through the south to Crimea or whatever. But yeah, they can't hold up to that.
Yeah.
The Russians. It was funny. I was talking to my own brother. It's like, yeah, well, when they went to take Kyiv or whatever with the big column, they got stuck in the mud and we were shooting it up. that seemed great, but that's just incompetence by the Russians, and the Russians will revert back to old school, just start firing shells everywhere, just level the ground. So yeah, the Ukrainians aren't going to be able to hold up to Russia.
Yeah, it's very weird. So are all the Republicans anti-war then? So is Trump definitely, or is it just something he's saying? But when he gets into power, the Pentagon, the military, they're just going to continue with.
Yeah. No, nobody in power in America is anti-war. We've always been pro-war. We're a huge warring nation. Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex, and everybody went, "Yeah, no, that's a great thing." I mean, my father worked for Honeywell, Space and Strategic Avionics Division, for 40 years. My family has done well in the military-industrial complex. I don't mean to be a hypocrite about it, but America loves wars.
Yeah, it seems that way. Interesting. Because that's what I'm thinking. Trump will say a lot of things, but when he comes in, I think he's just going to continue. Nothing much will change, really.
Yeah, nothing ever changes much. Yeah, there hasn't. Maybe Ross Perot in 1992 would have come in and shook things up, but I mean, when Trump was in his first term, he didn't. They come, oh, no new wars. Well, that wasn't that big a deal. There wasn't anything that happened that created a new war.
And you guys need to stop funding Israel as well. What's that all about? You guys give them same as Zelensky. You guys give them everything they want.
Yeah, well, we like Israel because when the Soviet Union was still around, they were our closest allies. Before Turkey came into NATO, and Turkey's even not a great NATO ally. We shared a lot of information with the CIA and Mossad, and we liked Israel for their footprint where they were in the world, and then it morphed into AIPAC and the Jews in America, made everybody feel guilty about the Holocaust, and you got to support the Jews no matter what. And so there's several things at play, and then the evangelicals, love the end times, and that only happens when the third temple or whatever is built in Jerusalem. They believe in these prophecies, kind of like the Muslims, about what will happen to create the end times.
Yes. What do you guys have to change the law then to get rid of Biden? Because I think everyone's against him now. Obama, Clinton, they've told him to go, but because he's president already, do you have to change the law or something to get rid of him, to make him stand down?
No, I mean, the big question is, will he be the Democratic nominee at this point? So the convention hasn't actually happened. Like, the Republicans just had their convention this week, and that's where the parties officially name their nominees, depending on usually, the primaries and stuff. So there could be what's called a contested convention, where despite Biden getting most of the delegates who are then supposed to support him and make him the nominee, you could have people who change allegiance. It's kind of like the Electoral College. I don't know if you know what the Electoral College is, but at this point, he's got to step down pretty quick, because then there's all sorts of rules about the financing. People who gave him money. He's got probably hundreds of millions of dollars in his campaign funding that either has to go back to the donors and then they have to give it to someone else, or if he names Kamala, his vice president nominee, that money can go to her if he steps out or gets killed or dies or whatever. But there's also within the states, you have to be on the ticket at a certain time before the elections. So like the Democratic convention is happening after Ohio says you have to be the nominee on the party ticket. So there's a whole lawsuit going on whether or not he will even be on the ballot in Ohio at this point. So there's lots of weird things going on.
Yeah. But Hillary can't come back. She'll never. This Kamala, no one likes her, isn't it? So who else is really there? Kamala can't beat Trump.
Yeah, well, they claim Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. I don't know. That's probably about it that you hear of, a person nationally known. The problem is if you step in, 3 months before the election, just name recognition hurts you. Most Americans, aren't that engaged in politics day to day and stuff. Even the presidential election, I don't think maybe 60% of the people show up to vote or something, and many of them aren't paying much attention until 2 or 3 days before the election. But to me, the good thing about the way America is structured is the president isn't really that powerful. I know he is obviously the most powerful person, but you got the Congress that really controls the purse strings of everything. People are always bitching about gridlock. I love gridlock. The less the government does, the better to me. But who's playing chess? Is that you, Reactionary?
Yeah. Do you play chess?
I mean, I know how the horsey moves, but
Yeah.
there you go. Take the king. Oh. Are you playing the computer?
No, I don't know. Somebody online, some random.
Oh, your pawn's protecting the knight there. There you go. Are you white?
Yeah.
There you go.
White is right.
That's what they say.
Yeah. Where are we?
Oh yeah, and what do you think of this assassination attempt? Do you think it was the deep state? Do you think it was a conspiracy, like people are saying online?
No, I think it was just some crackpot kid taking a shot at him. Although it was a pretty good shot. I mean, everybody's like, oh, apparently one cop boosted another cop up on, to see over the roof, and the guy turned around and pointed his gun at him. So I'm assuming he had to swing back and make the shot pretty quickly. And of course, I don't know if you saw the RNC convention. Trump was like, oh, we put this graph up on the screen next to me. And so he turned to the right to look at it. And that's when the shot hit him in the air. And he's like, oh, we'll put it up again because I didn't actually get to see it the first time. But yeah, I'm always surprised more presidents aren't shot. It's kind of.
But I thought once you've been president, you have like security for the rest of your life. Like you have the.
Yeah, and he had security. I mean, there were snipers, looking back that shot the guy pretty quick. But they said Jill Biden was in Pennsylvania and Kamala was in Philly, and he was in Butler, Pennsylvania. So it was all the same state that the Secret Service was spread kind of thin that day or something. And then the irony came out was like 2 weeks ago, they claimed they felt there was a credible threat from the Iranians to assassinate Trump. So it's the government's just incompetent. Like, how do you not have a drone? If you look at the area, that's like the only building anywhere near the fairgrounds. You know, one little one-story building. You know, it's not like he's downtown Manhattan. And how do you not like have a drone just hovering over it, watching for a sniper? You know.
Sure. But that's what they said. They said people saw him. Like,
Yeah,
you see
people
the
were pointing at
hillbilly?
him.
Yeah, the hillbilly's like, look, there's someone on the roof.
Yeah.
People just let him go on the roof.
Yeah, they said an hour earlier he was walking around with a rangefinder, you know, like scoping the whole thing out, and that was brought to the attention of the cops. And you know how they let Trump out on stage when they knew there was this guy lurking around and hadn't found him and resolved the problem was ridiculous. So I will say that the Secret Service that did like come up and tackle him. I don't know. Did you see that one hot chick who was in front of him?
I saw someone in the. Is that the one who dived late? The one with the camera?
No, there was a chick with like kind of a man bun thing on the back of her head. But now they're getting criticized, and I agree with them. She's like a whole head shorter than Trump. Like all the dudes look like they were like 6'2" at least, you know. And this woman's in front of them. You know, they're all shielding them with their own bodies, but her head is like at his chin. It's like his whole head's exposed. Just because, you know, they wanted a woman on the force, I guess, or something. One of the tall guys has his arm up over his head, over her head, like, you know, trying to shield his face in case, you know, there's another bullet coming. If you're going to have a chick on there, it needs to be, you know, Brianna of Tarth. I don't know if you ever watched Game of Thrones, but.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah.
So what do you think of us kafirs?
The world isn't divided into that way, so it's not, the world is more complex than that.
I thought we conceal the truth with our disbelief.
Well, it depends. When the Quran was revealed, the original Kafirs were the Arabs themselves. It's like the family of the Prophet. It was the uncles. So it's not necessarily. Do you see what I'm saying? So
the Banu Quraysh.
Quraysh, yeah.
Quraysh, yeah. That was his tribe. Yeah, that was his tribe.
Right. Okay, so I'm a disbeliever today. What does that make me?
What do you mean? What does that make you?
Under Islamic rule, what does that make me? I'm not of dhimmi status, right?
Yeah, it depends. In the Ottoman 100 years ago, that's how the Ottomans had their empire. Do you see what I'm saying? So 100 years ago, in the Ottoman Empire, people were classified according to their religion or according to their faith.
Right.
So, they were free. The Ottoman Empire, there was freedom for all these different groups. There was freedom for. There's still Christians in Turkey. Some of the oldest Christian minorities are in the Middle East, in Lebanon, Turkey, Armenia. These are the oldest Christian people.
Sure. Well, that's where Christianity started in the Middle East. So
yeah, and they have no issue. They still speak. They speak Arabic. Yeah. I live in all of the you see all the Orthodox. If you come to Australia, you probably wouldn't recognize the Christianity here because it's Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox. A lot of the Eastern European Christianity. It's not necessarily Protestant, Anglican. Because we have, where I live in Melbourne, we've got the biggest Greek community outside of Athens.
Oh, I gotta disagree with you. I live in Pinellas County. Tarpon Springs is considered the largest Greek diaspora in the world.
Oh, okay. Well, they claim Athens.
Have you heard of Tarpon Springs?
No, I haven't. I've been to New York 20 years ago.
Okay. Well, Google Tarpon Springs. It's in Pinellas County, Florida. They were sponge divers back in the day, and the huge Greek population. My late brother-in-law was Greek. My nephew's half Greek, so he's Greek Orthodox.
Yeah. So some of the churches here, they actually look like mosques. There's a big church here when you drive past it.
Yeah.
It resembles an Ottoman mosque more than it does a church.
Yeah, they got that dome. It's kind of like Red Square.
Yeah,
they've
got a
look
dome.
at the Kremlin. You're like, "Ooh, it looks very Islamic in the shape of the dome and stuff.
Yeah. So the last time, people not really, like, in the postmodern era, I don't know, America, UK, I don't know, people don't really, I don't know if they identify as Christians. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not really sure if how many people go to church, and so I don't think people really identify as being Christian.
I think it's still a majority of the population. It's obviously in decline.
Yeah, maybe more in American South, like the evangelicals you're talking about.
Yeah.
But in a liberal metropolitan city, I think there's more atheists. There's definitely more. Like if you go to the pro-Palestinian protests, they're more kind of like in Melbourne, the inner city, the people are more kind of lefty, LGBT, they're not really.
That is ironic. The gays for Palestine.
Yeah, they're actually leading the charge, even more than some. More than like the lesbians are at the front of the thing, front of the
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I don't know. Do you ever watch the Muslim skeptic Daniel Hikaju?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I follow him.
He did a thing on Yasser Ghazi in like 2015 with Linda Sansor, talking about like allying with the gays, kind of and like politically we're kind of aligned as minorities, so they'll back us, we back them and stuff. So I guess the gays are still backing the Muslims, although I think the Muslims aren't still backing the gays too much.
I think Owen Jones in the UK, he's a very smart politician, so I think a lot of Muslims will back him.
I don't know who that is, but okay.
He's a Guardian columnist. He's a left wing column. Do you know who George Galloway is?
Yeah, just recently he got elected. Is he like Scottish or Irish or something? He's very
he's
pro-Palestinian.
Yeah,
yeah. He's is he in the Labour Party or just?
He was a Labour Party person, but I think he got kicked out or he left He left when the second invasion of Iraq about 20 years ago, 2004.
Okay, 2003.
He left, and then he kind of set up his Respect Party. Then he came back, and he's got the Workers' Party of the UK or whatever it's called.
Oh, he's the Workers' Party guy, huh?
Yeah, he's called the Workers' Party of Great Britain or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. No, he's old school. Yeah, you might call him like a Fidel Castro kind of guy or Saddam Hussein. Like, he's old school. But the new school left are much more this gender fluid LGBT people. So he doesn't agree with all this pronoun stuff. But if you get someone who's under 40, they're a bit different. They've made the left-wing thing about like their sexual identity as opposed.
We call that identity politics in America.
Yeah. So the younger, the Gen Z and millennials, they tend to be more about the sexual stuff, whereas he would be more about like against as opposing imperial invasion, whereas the younger ones are like, yeah, a bit different.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
And who's this? Do you know this Hassan guy in America? Is he LGBT as well? The Turkish guy. And I see him on YouTube. Hassan Abe.
No, I've never heard of him. There's Hassan or Mahid Hassan.
No, not Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan's from England.
Yeah, he's the British guy.
Yeah, I know who Mehdi Hassan is. No, this is Hassan. Do you know the Young Turks? Have you heard of the Young Turks?
Sure. Cenk.
Yeah. It's his little cousin or nephew.
Oh, okay.
He's got his own YouTube channel.
Yeah, Cenk Rivera or whatever. He's
Cenk Uyghur. Yeah.
Uyghur. Yeah, he's pretty much a communist. But yeah, he's Turkish. I think his son. He named his son Maximilian or something. He was married to a white woman, but he was supposedly running for president, even though I don't think he can legally become president. You have to be native born. So I guess he's dropped out or something. But I've always found him to be interesting. I've never liked his politics much, but I've watched him. You know, he debated Tucker Carlson one time, and I thought he did a good job against Tucker. Tucker's not that bright in many respects, but
yeah. Has Tucker Carlson actually changed, or has he realized that the money's in YouTube now, and it's better to be like?
Well, he was standing next to Trump on the podium in the RNC convention now, even though after Trump lost in 2020. And Fox got sued for their libel case against the voting machine guys, that they lost like $800 million or something crazy. And Fox released some of his texts, and some of them were like, "Oh God, I hate Trump. I'm glad we're done. We don't have to talk about this idiot ever again." They lost in 2022, and now he's standing next to him. He gave a speech at the convention.
And all these guys
said Trump called his wife when Antifa was outside their house. Said Trump's like great. He's the funniest guy I've ever met. You can't be funny without perspective. Blah blah blah. Apparently, he was ad-libbing it, his whole speech. But it's amazing. I remember Trump in 2016 when one of the Democrats dropped out and then started kissing Hillary's ass. He was like, "Oh, I can't believe these politicians. I'm not a politician. I don't know how somebody can say the nastiest things about you one day and then the next day you're best friends." And literally like 3 days later, Cruz dropped out after saying all the nastiest things about Trump he could. They're on stage together like hugging and, "Oh, he's the greatest guy ever. I love Ted Cruz." Even like J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler in 2006.
Yeah.
And now it's all forgotten, but that's politics.
Very strange. Yeah.
So how's everything down in Australia? You guys just got a new prime minister, didn't you?
Well, he's been here a couple of Albanese. He's been here a couple of years.
A couple of years, yeah. Last guy I can remember is Rudd or something.
Kevin Rudd, yeah. Australia is small. Australia. There's only 20 million people here, so it's not really
right. Yeah, I think we have that many here in Florida now.
Yeah, so it doesn't really. Yeah, there's some extreme people. But
you guys aren't big players on the global scene, but we did some sort of deal with you with submarines that the French were all pissed about or something, right?
Yeah, no, because the deal had already been signed with France, and then they ripped off that deal and they went this new alliance. Is it AUKUS? Australia, UK,
U.S.
Yeah.
How
Like
do
we're
you guys?
still Malaysia and China is still like 8-9 hours away by plane, by the way. So
Oh, yeah.
it's
You're
not
not.
we're not when they say Australia is part of Asia, it's like, yeah, it's still, it's quicker of London to New York by plane than it is to get to Malaysia.
You guys
So
are like literally tucked under the curve of the earth.
yeah, it's
When they
real
put it
down.
out flat on a map, it looks close, but really you gotta like
No, it's
curve
far.
way down.
It's far away. So I think if there was any conflict in Asia Pacific, the other countries are more important. Indonesia, Malaysia, I think.
Yeah. Do you guys still go and party in Bali?
Yeah,
When you graduate
Bali.
high school or something?
Yeah, they go to Bali. Obviously, Bali collapsed during COVID. No one went there for 2 years, so the economy collapsed.
Yeah, I know this chick in Bali. She's coming to New York in December this year. I'll fly up and meet her. She's a Muslim woman, very nice lady from Bali. Back in my disgust days.
Also, have you lived in Indonesia? Did you live there, or you just went there for holiday?
No, I've never been out of the Western Hemisphere. I need to get to Asia. I need to go to Australia. Where are you at? I'll come stay at your house.
If you make it to Melbourne, it's like, I think Sydney. It's a 17-hour flight,
right,
from Sydney to Los Angeles, something crazy like that. And I think, where's the Dateline? Is the Dateline in Hawaii?
Yeah, what was it? Maybe 10 years ago. I think it was the American Samoas. They lost a day because they moved the Dateline under the other side of them. Because when they drew up the Dateline in the 50s, they did most of their business with America, but now they were doing most of their business with Australia. So like Mondays and Fridays, business days didn't line up or something. So on New Year's Day, they literally flipped the Dateline on the other side of them. So they went from December 31st to January 2nd in one day.
Yeah, I haven't been. Yeah, New Zealand is actually, and Samoa, I think those places are actually nicer than Australia anyway. There's more. Yeah, I don't know if you like hiking and all that stuff, but I think there's more. Yeah.
Yeah, we can go do Lord of the Rings up and down the mountain.
Yeah. I think the South Island or North Island, whatever it is. I think there's much more scenic stuff in New Zealand. Yeah.
There is literally, I don't know if you've ever seen her. Let me see if I can find her. There's a YouTube chick I think she's a convert. She looks like a white girl in New Zealand on YouTube. And that's what she does mostly. She goes I guess she's got like a hijabi clothing line, and she goes hiking up and down the mountains in New Zealand.
Yeah. I don't think it's Auckland. Yeah.
I think my niece did a year abroad in New Zealand. My middle brother's oldest girl. She liked it a lot. Do they still have more sheep than people in New Zealand?
That's what they say. Yeah, that's what they say.
Because I think Wyoming back in the day used to have more cattle than people, but that's no longer true. Too many damn people. So can we talk Islam a bit or not? Are we not allowed to?
Yeah, go ahead.
So how would you guys define Hizbah?
Hizbah. What do you mean Hizbah?
Hizbah. Doesn't it mean to enjoin the good and forbid the evil?
Ah, Hizbah. Yeah.
Hizbah.
Okay.
And mostly I mean the forbid the evil part.
Yeah. What about it? What's wrong with that?
Well, we don't know how that's interpreted. For instance, in the Sudan, some women were sentenced to 40 lashes for wearing trousers. You have obviously Iran has a hijab law. If I say like Muhammad's not a prophet, is that me being evil, and should I be, chastised or punished in any way? Blasphemy laws, obviously. You can look at all the different instances of people being killed or imprisoned for blasphemy under Islamic law.
Don't know about all that, I don't know all of that stuff. What I know is that we're all gonna die one day,
Right.
and what do you think is gonna happen? I know I've asked you that before. You said you're just gonna disappear.
Correct.
From existence.
Correct.
But how can you accept that? Life
So-
is meaningless then.
Well, no, it makes it more meaningful. To you, my life should be meaningless because the next life is more important. You should actually hope for death. You should kind of sort of wander out in front of a car to be killed so you maybe don't commit any sin that gets you punished in hell. It's
Okay,
funny.
would you sacrifice yourself to save somebody that was dying? Like a family member?
It's possible. I would have to. It depends on whether you're talking about an immediate reaction or a thought out thing. My mother's 89 years old. I wouldn't give up my life to save her life. If given that calculation, right? Would you give up your life for a 102-year-old person?
Don't know. It depends. I guess what I'm saying is that if your sole purpose or sole existence is this world, not the hereafter,
Right.
then it makes no sense to make any kind of sacrifice for other people.
Oh, that's true. It doesn't make sense. And maybe it's been instilled in me in a weird religious way. I think you can still, without believing in an afterlife, believe in, honor within this life. My brother actually, he just walked through earlier, had a friend who, he was walking with his girlfriend at the University of Florida, and there was a car crash, and the car came up on the curb, and he picked her up and threw her over the fence, and then got hit by the car and died. Was there a calculation in that? I don't think so. Was it, I get to go to heaven type thing? No, I think there can be I wouldn't call it intrinsic, but I think there can be a value instilled in you through society of, your fellow humans are of value and you're of value, and, women are to be protected and whatnot, without there having to be a belief in the afterlife. Right. I mean, look at the Japanese. Do they believe in an afterlife? The Shintos? I'm not sure. There's ancestral.
Yeah, they're spiritual. I guess some people will have a view on reincarnation or stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't feel any sort of sense in waking up in the morning if my life didn't have meaning. And the only thing that gives me meaning is knowing that I was placed here by somebody, and I will return to them in the hereafter.
Well, that's kind of sad, but that's all right. You can have that belief if you like.
I would be completely depressed.
Okay.
Because what is
find
the reason of being here? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the purpose of your existence?
All right. It's to find joy in the moment. Like, why are you on YouTube right now? Is this making Allah greater? Is this worshiping Allah? Why are you doing this? Or is this not for your own enjoyment?
Yeah, a couple of things. When I tried to start off with an Islamic lesson, so that's trying to prepare myself and others for the hereafter, but also to live life better, and also a sense of community, discussing the news and talking to people online. So it's a good thing, I think. Yeah.
So other than the Islamic part of it, why wouldn't all that hold true for atheists? You know,
Well, why I see no reason for doing anything in life because there's no greater purpose behind it.
Well, whether
It's
it's
purely
greater or not,
sorry.
Whether it's greater or not, the purpose is life. You know, how can there not be a greater purpose than life?
So
I understand.
Do you have a purpose in life? What is your purpose?
Yeah, to enjoy myself.
So is everybody's purpose to just enjoy themselves?
One would hope so, yes.
Then why isn't life just enjoyment? Why is
Well,
there pain and suffering in life if it's just to enjoy yourself?
Yeah, because that's the way the world is structured. Life
So
isn't fair.
Yeah, so the purpose of life can't just be to enjoy yourself.
Well, you're conflating the purpose with the reality. It is true that you suffer. I cut my finger the other day on something.
Yeah.
It hurt, you know, but that doesn't mean that's the purpose of life. It's just an aspect of life.
So it's happiness, right?
One would hope. I mean, some people are miserable their whole lives.
I think when people try to chase happiness, that pursuit of happiness is followed by a period of sadness. What we should be having is a sort of balanced view on life.
Well, I agree.
That way you avoid extremes in these emotional parts. This is one of my problems with the sort of positive thinking community. You know, these personal development, like Anthony Robbins. You must remember Anthony Robbins, the guy that used to do all the neuro-linguistic programming. And
Tony Robbins, the guy with
Tony
the big
Robbins,
head?
yeah.
And I think actually Trump's pastor, when he was a kid, was the guy who wrote the book, like Positive Mental Thinking, about how if you think positively about things, they'll come true or something. I forget the name of that book. But yeah, he was literally Donald Trump's pastor when he was a kid.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I don't think you can be just like, oh, everything's great. I always find it ironic when people, when something bad happens and they say, oh, it's God's will, or all things happen for a reason. Like, no, this is utter nonsense. Things just happen sometimes. I mean, do you think all things happen for a reason?
Yeah.
Okay. You think all things are God's will? Do you say, hey, I'll see you tomorrow, inshallah?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I find that bizarre personally.
You've made it bizarre consciously. I mean, like when you were a child, you didn't think like that. It's only once you sort of made the decision to try to be an atheist or to deny God, Yeah, I don't know what it is that you went through, but I think give yourself a chance. Come back to God. Allah will always accept the repentance of the slave when he turns back to him.
Right. So, yeah, my plan is on my deathbed to take my shahada.
I know that's your plan, but maybe Allah has planned for it to happen before then, right? So
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I would assume Allah would know it's insincere. But it's funny, like nothing happened to me as a child. I think there was some traumatic thing happening to me. I'm raised, middle class American. I wasn't.
You went to church, right? When you were a child.
Sure, I was an altar boy.
There you go. That's what I mean. Like somewhere along the way over the years.
Yeah. When I hit the age of reason, I read the Bible and you looked at the verses and you said, well, hang on, this, look at, Numbers 31, Moses and the Midianites, kills everyone but the virgin girls. And, you look at Islam and, not just the Quran, not just the, 8th and 9th surah, and, Lo less sustainer said unto the angels, strike at their necks and cut off every fingertip and things like that. But you look at the Rita Wars and Yazid the First, the Battle of Al-Harara, or look at the Massacre of Chios. Talk about the Ottomans, 1822. The Ottoman admiral ordered all children under 3 killed, all women over 40 convert or die. So you can look at the history and just see again, obviously Muslims will say, well, Islam is perfect, Muslims aren't, but how is it so open to this misinterpretation? Look at we're coming up on the 10th anniversary of the attack on Mount Sinjar. How are they declared, devil worshippers because there's a fallen peacock angel in their mythology? Or look at I asked the Dawa guys, or EF Dawa guys, I was like, I was reading this fatwa by Ibn Taymiyyah. Said the Druze, their repentance cannot be accepted. They should be killed. If let's say Hamas takes over Israel and Lebanon and whatnot, would all the Jews be killed? No, there's only 1 million of them, but still pretty decent population. They're like, oh no, that could never happen. It could never happen. Like, well, what happened to Yazidi? So I don't understand how Muslims explain away these realities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think of Ibn Taymiyyah saying the Jews should be killed?
I'd have to read what he said. I don't know what he said. And whether it was correctly translated,
Let's see if we can find it.
Do you believe that what goes around comes around?
No, not at all.
Do you believe in treating people the way you like to be treated?
Depends on how you want to be treated. If you're a masochist, I would say no.
Okay. So why do you have a problem with somebody who wants to kill somebody else?
Well, yes, because I don't want to be killed, but I'm not a masochist. So,
but that doesn't. All right, so there you go. You just contradicted yourself.
No, not at all. If you're a masochist, you want to be injured. That's why I'm saying, do I want people to treat me as they want to be treated? Not if that person is a masochist, because I am not a masochist.
So you treat people the way you like to be treated. You believe in that concept, the golden
It's
rule.
as a general rule, yes.
Okay. So you believe that if you treat people a certain way, you will likely be reciprocated. You will be treated that way too.
I don't think that's what it means. It means that's what you hope for. Doesn't mean that's necessarily true.
Okay, so you're hoping in some outside force.
Correct. Yes, you're as what was it?
And to you, that's not God.
No, it's the forbearance of your enemies.
Yeah, but who is the force that will control that?
Well, society. I mean,
No, there's a force. Like, let's say your neighbor has gone out, right?
Right.
And his wife is alone, and you end up being with her, and you engage in relations with her. Okay.
Right.
You would not do that because you wouldn't like somebody to do that to your wife when you're out. And you're doing that on the hope, right, that because you didn't do it with your neighbor's wife, nobody's going to do it to your wife. You're hoping in some external power that is aware of your behavior. Now, who is that external power that you're aware of subconsciously that controls these affairs?
I'm having a hard time following you. Who? So first of all, I did have an affair with a married woman.
I'm sure you did, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
If you're from Florida, there's no doubt you're gonna.
Yeah. So
okay, all right. Let's put it this way: you can, you know what I mean. Anything. There's anything that you could treat people a certain way, and get away with it. But there's something that stops you doing that. You believe if you did that thing to somebody, the same might happen to you.
Okay, so
what controls the affairs that would? Is there somebody monitoring what you're doing?
No.
Then how would the universe somehow pay you back?
It doesn't. Sometimes bad people get away with very bad things. Apparently, I'm a bad person. I get away with a very bad thing for many years.
So do you do things? So I'm confused. Either you follow the rule of the golden rule, treating people the way you like to be treated, or you don't.
Well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I mean, are you claiming perfection in your own behavior?
No, but do you aspire to follow that rule?
To some degree, yeah, sure. I aspire to treat people as I would hope to be treated. Sure.
Why?
Because it's an agreement within society. You know, it's like, do I want to be walking down the street where somebody just punches me in the face? No. So
but
therefore,
they can
I
get
don't
away
walk
with
down
it,
the
right?
street and punch people in the face, and people do get away with that.
Yeah, let's say you can walk down the street and punch someone in the face, right, and get away with it.
Right.
But you don't.
Correct. I'm pretty sure I could rob banks and get away with it.
But you don't. Why don't you?
Right. Because the social contract.
Social contract.
Yeah.
But even when there's nobody watching you and you can get away with it, there's nobody to enforce that contract.
Right. That's morality. Right. Even though I'm told I have no morals because I'm an atheist, that is morality, to do the right thing when no one sees you. You know,
when
why
no
don't
one
I
sees
steal?
you do something? Yeah, when no one sees you do something, who is impacted by it?
Well, society as a whole. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I've worked for companies. I could have stole all sorts of things from him. I was in charge of inventory and things like that. I'm sure I could have worked a way out to steal from him, but I don't, because
Why?
it's part of the social contract, not because I'm scared of being sent to hell. I mean, that's the sad
I know
part.
it's a social contract, right? But
Right.
if you can get away with it, why don't you?
Yeah, because it's not right. Theft is not right. Whether
Why is it not
there's
right?
an afterlife or not, it's not right.
Yeah, but you can
you're
get away with
taking
it.
from us.
Nobody's going to know it's you.
Right.
What stops you doing that?
Yeah. Morality.
Morality. What is that?
It's the belief in right and wrong.
So you believe in something called morality, which you can't
Absolutely.
touch, and you can't see it,
That's correct.
but you don't believe in God.
Correct.
So morality is your God.
No, I don't have a God, but morality is my compass of
you-
behavior.
You're happy to believe in morality, but not in God.
Yes.
Hmm.
Would you rather believe in God and not have morality?
Would I believe in God and not have morality?
Right. So your God. So, for instance, in Islam, as we said, you can kill 100 people and then take your shahada and be forgiven. How right? You do know the hadith or the story where
No,
Yeah.
no, you can't. You can't do that.
Well, there's a hadith where a man kills 99 people. He comes
Yeah.
across a monk or a learned person, and he says, "Hey, if I become a Muslim, will Allah forgive me? I've killed 99 people." And the guy says, "No." So he kills that guy. Then he goes on, finds another guy, and he says, "Now I've killed 100 people." And that guy says, "Well, if you want to be a Muslim, get away from the town you're in. There's so much evil going on. But yes, you will be forgiven for killing 100 people. Go to this town over here." And he starts walking, and he dies, and the angels come down, and there's apparently a debate among this. I mean, this is an actual Islamic story, right? You know this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The angels are actually debating. There's the angels who want to take him to hell, or the demons or whatever. And the angels who want to take him to heaven. And they're like, well, he killed 100 people, but he became a Muslim. I don't know. So they measured, was he closer to the good town or closer to the bad town? He was closer to the good town, so he goes up to heaven. So explain to me how that is some sort of justice in the next world, that this guy has killed 100 people and he gets to go to heaven, whereas Mother Teresa, whether or not you think she did good work or whatnot, and maybe baptized Hindus against their will on their deathbed, but cared for the dying, goes to hell because she's a polytheist. How is that justice?
So, all sins are forgiven by God if you repent. That man who asked the priests, will God forgive him? He was repenting, right? But he was not going to repent if his repentance wasn't accepted. Once he found out that God will accept his repentance, he followed the instructions. Now, I don't see a problem with that. That's a good thing. It was without his belief in God when he was killing people.
Okay.
So it's his faith that led him to do good, and it's his absence of faith that led him to do bad.
Okay. So faith without actions is acceptable to Allah.
Well, his action was walking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was abandoning a place of evil, going to a place of good. Like a person who goes to the mosque. He gets a reward for every step he takes from his house towards the mosque.
Okay. So Mother Teresa, in her actions of caring for the ill, she's not accepted in the Jannah because She does not believe in Muhammad in the last days and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it
She-
depends if the message came to her in a clear way.
Right.
She'll,
If it didn't,
she'll be quizzed by Allah in the hereafter. Yeah.
she'll be told to jump into a lake of fire.
I think something like that. Yeah.
That's the test. If the message hasn't reached you, God will tell you, jump in a lake of fire. You can say, well, that's crazy, dude. I'm not jumping in the fire. Then he condemns you to hellfire.
Yeah. The test is to obey God, basically. That's what the life of this world is. It's a test. Do you obey God or disobey Him? Do you believe in Him or not?
All right. Well, I guess I'm failing the test.
Well, you can pass. You can always come back and pass it. Never too late.
That's what the Muslims tell me. We'll keep trotting on. You have a good day, reactionary. I'm
You too,
going to
Mike.
go make another drink and maybe make some bacon or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Go for halal food. It's better.
All right. Have a good one, man.
You too. Nice. Thanks, man. All right, people. What do you think about Mike, huh? Inshallah, he takes the Shahada soon. I didn't ask him if there was a woman, a Muslim. Like, a lot of people dislike it. I found who dislike Islam. They were in a relationship with a Muslim woman, and then they weren't allowed to marry them unless they converted. So I guess I should have asked him if that was a factor in his situation. Oh, did you guys see the debate between Joseph and Zubaydah? Let's see, Zubaydah. Or is that Jewish lady called Zubadia? El Arabiya. What do you think, Jobaz? Did she do a good job? They should get Zubaydah on Piers Morgan. That would be interesting. I would love to see that. Or on the one with the two, James Whale and his Dumb and Dumber, the Dumb and Dumber show. When you see Joseph's face, you want to vomit, do you? I don't know why he got rid of his beard. He used to have a nice little beard. All right, let's see. Actually, before we continue here, there was TikTok, right? Just gonna check if anyone's live over there. Yeah, it's probably best I'll show the TikTok clips.
So you said that it was a unprovoked attack.
An unprovoked, not a unprovoked.
People who are occupied by.
Can you hear it? Okay, is it loud enough?
Via, the United Nations, via international law, via the UK government, via the United States Department, Palestine, including Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, are all defined as occupied. So when you are an occupied group of people, you do have the right to resist. And to suggest that it's unprovoked is also
just on that. How is Gaza occupied? Which Israelis were in Gaza?
right. So when we talk about occupation, the occupation that's going on in Gaza is not the same that we have in the West Bank. We know that in the West Bank it's a military occupation. In Gaza, it's a form of effective control. We know that Gazans do not have complete self-autonomy over their borders, over their economy, over the imports and the exports. So you said that it was an unprovoked attack, which is not true. Again. So I think a lot of your rhetoric is actually projection, and you use these words like savage, terrorist, and whatever in regards to Hamas. But Hamas is only existing to this day at the behest of Israel. You've had a window since 1987 to completely wipe them out, okay? Especially when they were weak. You didn't. You allowed them to grow because you thought that you could use them against the PLO, and it's gone against you, right? You allowed them to get funding. Again, you literally had a corridor for Qatar to come and hand over cash directly to Hamas. So you guys have a part to play in building them up. October the 7th also was a complete neglect on the side of Israel. One of the most military sophisticated armies in the world with the best technology. How on earth were they able to get outsmarted on October the 7th? So I think a lot of your rhetoric is actually projection, and you use these words like savage, terrorist, and whatever in regards to Hamas. But Hamas is only existing to this day at the behest of Israel. You've had a window since 1987 to completely wipe them out, okay? Especially when they were weak. You didn't. You allowed them to grow because you thought that you could use them against the PLO, and it's gone against you, right? You allowed them to get funding. Again, you literally had a corridor for Qatar to come and hand over cash directly to Hamas. So you guys have a part to play in building them up. October the 7th also, again, going back to, the Palestinian identity only being a creation born out of colonialism, well, we could say exactly the same thing about Israel. Jewish people were not calling themselves Israeli for thousands of years. They called themselves Jews or Judean, right? This Israel is a colonial invention, essentially, right? Israel did not exist prior to 1948. Okay, what you had is what you would call the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judea, which again are kingdoms which barely lasted over 500 years. With all due respect, you can't name me any Jewish empire that lasted for thousands of years. They were very short-winded empires. I'm not going to sit here and deny that Jewish people didn't have an existence and establish a small kingdom in that land, after the Canaanites, sure. But to suggest that this history is the basis for why you need to have a Jewish state, I think is absolutely ridiculous. I think the Romans would probably have more of an argument to re-establish themselves in this land under a Roman province, because again, when we look at the definition of Zionism, it is the re-establishment of a Jewish homeland. And what they are essentially trying to re-establish is the presence that they had there 3,000 years ago, which was very, very minimal. Again, going back to, the Palestinian identity only being a creation born out of colonialism.
What makes, when a woman says, I'm in my masculine energy, what does that mean?
Okay, so like you say, for a woman to deviate from her femininity and delve into masculinity, a part of masculinity is aggression. Yeah, it's defensiveness.
That's not true.
It is. Men are very aggressive.
No.
They're more aggressive than women. Absolutely.
All right, cool.
Okay, so for me now to have to be aggressive, that means that I am now in danger, because the only time where you have to be aggressive is where you feel threatened or you feel like you're in danger. We become aggressive in a way to let whoever it is know that I'm not going to be taken a mick out of. I'm not going to be violated because I've been there and done that. And unfortunately, it's almost similar to a trauma response. And it is, because if you made me feel safe, most women, when they feel safe, they're feminine. They can relax. They can be comfortable. A lot of men out here are predatory when they can smell vulnerability and they use it to their own advantage, because both men and women have become products of their society.
What makes, when a woman says, I'm in my masculine energy, what does that mean?
Okay, so
That's why I'm so sick of these bitches. I've been like you around, you won't think something like that.
So, Zubida, I'll make it very simple. I apologize to you for calling you swine, but do understand I am human also. So when you come up cursing me, call me all names, and do it in every live, and you don't want anyone to, why is it you don't want anyone to debate? So you control people, you're the head honcho, but either way, it doesn't matter. My whole point is this. You irritated me, and I called you a swine, which I do apologize for. I don't make it a business to insult people. I don't curse bad words, so I take it back, and I'm sorry. It's not about being a bigger man, no. I am sorry because these are not things that I do. We can have heated debates. We can exchange. We can disagree. And even with insults, which I have received many, loads of insults, loads of trials to dox me and so on. I don't do those things. So just for the fact of saying that word to you, I do apologize and I take it back. If you want, I'll even call you a queen. So in your rights, in your eyes, in the eyes of your people, you're a queen. So be their queen. There is no problem. But I do apologize for calling you a swine. So Zubida, I'll make it very simple.
Alaikum salam, Saeed Reacts. How you doing? You can jump on, Saeed, bro. Jump on. How you doing, Akh? You good? The link's in the description. If you click it, you can jump on. Yeah, jump on, bro. There's a link, Saeed.
Why don't you tell me how the hell you got Harvey to hire you in the first place? Fire up that laptop and I'll show you.
I find it hard to believe that in 2 days you found out enough to know you need an expedited trial, let alone care about these people at all.
Assalamu alaikum. Hold on.
Alaikum salam, Saeed.
How you doing, Akhi?
What's happening, brother? You good?
Oh, long time, bro. Nothing much. What can I say, bro? Life's changed. Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you know what? I might as well switch on my laptop, my desktop. What do you call it? So I can properly relax because, you know, phones, sometimes someone will ring you or You just cut the
Yeah.
connection off and whatnot. But what I'll do, I'll just have a quick chat with you 5 minutes and then jump back on. And as soon as switch everything on,
Yeah.
my desktop and stuff, and just get changed as well.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. How you been? How you go? You planning on going to the park tomorrow? I might be going tomorrow. I should be planning to.
What time are you going down?
I'm gonna, if I leave normally after Zuhur, like say, so it's not raining tomorrow. It's not gonna rain tomorrow, is it?
I didn't check the weather, so I don't know.
Okay, if it doesn't rain and stuff, then inshallah after Zuhur. So if I'm late, I'll leave at 3. If I'm like on time, I'll leave just after Zuhur. So 2 o'clock, 2:30 latest. Get there for 3:30, and yeah. And stay there. And what it was, I've got this new camera. I was playing about with it last week. I just want to get the settings right, the sound. And one thing I realized is I'm going to need a separate Wi-Fi router, portable router to live stream properly, because when you hotspot from your phone, because other apps are running at the back, it doesn't work properly. You need a data only SIM. So that's why I wasn't getting the nice clean connection how I was getting it when I was when the network is good, because normally that speaker's corner live network is not good. So
yeah, you should go nice and early and do what Mr. X used to do. Do you remember Mr. X? Does he still go or not? He disappeared, that guy, didn't he? Mr. X. What happened to Mr. X? Is he still alive? Yeah, Saeed, you dropped off, bro. Disconnected. I don't know what happened.
hello. Yeah, sorry
You.
about that. Yeah, I did know they got an app now. StreamYard, your guest, join a studio. So I just clicked on some button. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Clear.
okay. What I'll do, I'll sign in after when I log off, jump off, and then jump back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Inshallah, bro. Sometimes maybe my intention wasn't pure. Allah stopped me. I think Allah stopped me. My dad passed away. I don't know if you heard.
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he passed away, bro. 2022 November, end of November 2022. After when he passed away, but he just it's like he's taken like 50% of the world. Anything that I used to enjoy, that I used to like, everything's gone, bro. Like marriage is done.
You got married?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, bro.
Really?
Why is that? Why is that? Why is that?
I can't imagine you married, bro.
Why? Why not?
You were like, I won't say the ladies' man, but the going to the hairdressers, getting the sunglasses,
that was
the convertible,
You know what? That was the person. I can't explain it, bro. It's too, when you have someone too jealous and too suspicious and what do you call it? And not only that, bro. When my dad passed away, I just lost a part of me, and then you start when you're not giving them their rights as well, and automatically people will think there's something going on somewhere else, this, that, the other. But and other things as well I don't want to get into, but yeah, bro. Unfortunately ended, and again on the market, bro. But
oh, okay. So you married and you're not married at the moment now.
nah, bro, it's finished. So what do you call it? Inshallah, My mom's proper stressing because it's like my biggest regret, bro. I couldn't give if my dad passed away, I couldn't what do you call it, give him a grandson. At least my sister did, so at least she did, but I couldn't give him that. Mom's worried that she's seen my state, what do you call it, lost bare weight of what do you call it, she's seen, and she's going through it as well, depression, losing her husband, and yeah, man, life's just changed, didn't it? And she's thinking that if anything happens to her, that, you know, if you have a family and kids and stuff, it softens the blow a bit. Like, you'll be busy with your kids and stuff and family, but if you're alone and you're both of your parent goes and you're not married, these are the people, bro. Do you understand? You know, you need to, Allah, you know, have tawakkul. Inshallah, Allah will provide. But Mum's proper worried, and I think I found a gap in the market. You can say, like, you know, get brothers and sisters. Like, it's a difficult business. This difficult, isn't it? Getting married and stuff, finding.
Yeah.
So, I can't see any comments, by the way, if anyone's giving me salam or anything. I didn't log in properly. So, yeah, man, I'm just thinking that I'm going to start doing lives. And I saw this brother, he does it, was on TikTok. And what do you call it? He knows who I am and stuff now. And I was thinking, why don't we do like a podcast? Like get a place and open like a podcast and do a podcast thing, and, you know, like just for people, like, you know, getting people together, like in a halal way, if you know what I mean. So I'm thinking, let's see, man, that could be my calling. Also, you know, like getting the Muslim brother, the born Muslims back on the deen again, you know, something like that. And say, like, Muslims that are suffering from addiction, you know, like depression, sometimes people get, bro, it leads you to like dark places, you know. So what do you call it? So, you know, the doctors, bro, they gave me pills and zombified me, bro.
Really?
Yeah, bro, they literally zombified me. I didn't even know. And after, like, these pills just used to make me sleep. You understand? I was just sleeping and just really tired and sleeping. And then, what do you call it? Then I noticed I can't go to, like, nighttime, I can't go to sleep now without it, if you know what I mean. Yeah, bro. So so basically I started doing hijama, getting like healthy eating. I eat 1 meal a day, exercising, and you know, alhamdulillah, losing weight in the right way, and trying to eat the best. But it's like sometimes I can't go to sleep. It's just madness, bro. Like these pills that they gave you, it's very like, I don't know, it's these sleepers, bro, they give you. I don't even mention the name of it, but I will advise people never to think it, because it when you like stop taking them, you can't go to sleep. And then at night, it's just like, oh, it's like popping a pill, bro. Like, I want to go to sleep. If without it, like, you can't go to sleep. So yeah, man. And then what happens is, bro, say if you don't, even with the pill, if you don't sleep the next day, you'll be drowsy. Like, you know, like during the day, like you'll be sitting down somewhere and you'll just like doze off, or like the wrong time. Do you understand? I don't know. So I'll never advise people to go through that. Losing a parent only. What about you? Have you got both your parents?
Swiss people spoke English.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah,
Then,
alhamdulillah.
you know, akhi, like I said, make the most of it, bro. Make the most of it, bro. Make the most of it. The time you have with them. I know I should be doing that with my mum more, bro. Like, you know, like, even though we live in the same house, and what it is, the plan was like, bruv, we plan and Allah plans, isn't it, bro? Allah has another plan. The plan was, yeah, after stay with my family. I built literally an outhouse,
Yeah.
for myself, rather than getting into mortgage and stuff and
Mm.
whatnot. So I thought, you know what? So I got my privacy. It's like a studio in my outhouse.
Yeah.
And yeah, bro, I got my own space. But what it is, it's like it's in the garden, like, if you know what I mean, separate. Even though it's in the same house, like I'm like separate.
An annex, yeah. Is that what you...
Yeah. And my dad, before he passed away, he used to say that even though I'm like, going in and out the house or whatever, he goes, it feels like you moved out. And he goes, I can't bear it. He goes, I would, before moving into even the outhouse, used to think like, if I got married, moved out, then it would be easy. My dad said he struggled to be just even in the outhouse, and my mum was right now struggling, like. And because obviously everything's here, my work, my desktop, my computer, my it's my bedroom now. Do you understand, bro? Like, it's like got my bathroom, toilet, shower, everything here. So I don't have to I just go in the house for like it's like visiting, if you know what I mean, bro.
Yeah.
So it's just yeah, man. And I sit here sometimes like lost, like, bro, just sitting and thinking about the akhirah, thinking, damn, man, like after that going this dunya suddenly seems like temporary, and it just makes you makes you think,
Mm.
And
was he in England when he passed
yeah,
away?
yeah, it was England, bro. It's mad, bro. My grandmother, his mum, passed away 3 months before my dad did. And my grandma said to my mum that she was bedbound, but she was actually, even though bedbound, but she was kind of like on the bed, she was okay. My dad's lungs collapsed, basically got stuck together or whatever during this COVID or these vax, whatever. I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
whatever it was, yeah. And he was struggling to breathe, bro. Like, alhamdulillah, Allah gave me the blessing helping my dad shower and what do you call it, and but then obviously carers came, what do you call it, obviously, so he could have had carers like every single day, but my dad only got a carer just for the shower, because I think you know what, if I can go back in time, bro, I would have cancelled that carer like maybe once a week, or because you have to, if you can't have it, like you have to have it or you can't at all. So do you understand? And obviously when you're working and whatnot, but if I can go back in time, bro, now I'm thinking I would have taken my sleeping bag and I would have stayed at this on the floor of the what do you call it, hospital.
Yeah.
Then and I would have like helped my dad more and get more blessings of showering him and whatnot. Because just the simple things in life you realize, because when I first helped him just in the shower, bruv, he kissed me in the forehead, and I saw how much he appreciated it.
Yeah.
So even talking about it is bringing it back.
The hadith, al-mar'u ma'a man ahab, that the person will be with the one they love.
Inshallah.
So make in sujood, make dua for him. And there's also a person will reach a level in Jannah beyond what their actions did, right? Beyond what they earned with their actions. And they'll ask, well, how did I get here? I didn't earn this. And it'll be said, this is the dua that your son used to make for you after you left the dunya.
Oh, really? Yeah, I know you leave 3 righteous things behind. And that's why I think, bro, like, subhanallah, man, like, I haven't got a kid yet or anything like that. And what am I going to leave behind? So when I take like my mom, my dad to hospital, I used to make dua. I used to make dua. I used to think, like, Allah, don't put me in a position that, you know, like I won't have anyone to take me to hospital. And I see people, like I used to see people, bro, like you know, like the porters or the transport taking them. Maybe they're just maybe the sons or family couldn't be bothered to take them, and I seen how they were getting treated. You know, they just take you and in the wheelchair and just leave you in the corner, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. I remember when it's crazy, you know, when my grandmother, when she was bedbound, she, you know, like she said to my mom that until my mom and dad calls me, I'm not gonna go, which she meant, like, you know, Allah obviously. Anyway, then one day she goes to my mom that I had a dream that my grandma saying to my mom that her dad or her mom was calling her in a dream. And then my grandma, what you call it, called the ambulance. The two guys came, and she went hospital, and then she passed away in the hospital, basically. And then 3 months later, my dad goes to my mom, just before he went hospital. He goes, I saw mom calling me. And my mom said, "Oh, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear this." Like she shut the conversation down. I think I remember it was in the living room. And then guess what? When my dad's breathing kind of got bad, called the ambulance. They came after like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours or whatever it was. And guess who it was? It was the two that took my grandma. Same two.
Oh wow.
As soon as I saw them, and I said to them, "Oh man, I wish you guys didn't come." And then those two took my dad, and he was there for a week. And one thing, bro, like I remember when I took my dad, he's a very clean person. Do you understand? And
Yeah.
I think he wanted to change his gown, and he kept on telling me before he went, "Get them to change my gown. Get them to change my gown." And I kept on telling the nurse, and they said, we will. And they're like taking the time and stuff. And I can see my dad's like not comfortable, like maybe it was on park or whatever. Like I think, do you understand? I
Yeah.
don't know. So then I forcefully said to them, "Excuse me, it's been nearly an hour. Like, can you change his gown?" So they did, and after I changed the gown and all that, I asked my dad. Asked him, "Are you peaceful now? Do you feel peace?" He goes, "Yes, I feel peace." He goes, "Go home now. Go home." And that's the last time I saw him. And you know what? Because I thought, yeah, he'll be back in 2-3 days. And then every morning he used to speak to my mum, and I just thought, yeah, like normal, he goes there 2-3 days and they come back because of his breathing. He used to go there 2-3 days and then he come back. So Saturday everyone went to see my dad, and what happened was, we know he's coming back Sunday. The plan was, and Saturday, and you know, the hospital people, bro, they didn't give him the laxative because, you know, he was on strong painkillers.
Yeah.
And because he was like breathing difficulties, he was having going to the bathroom was like a nightmare for him. He couldn't eat food. He couldn't, he couldn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Like Jensen, he used to get out of breath. It's such a blessing, subhanallah, just like able to shower, able to cut your own nails. It's alhamdulillah, I say to Allah. Anyway, and Saturday, he was like, look how he passed away, bro. Saturday, like everyone went to see him, and my sister gave him the laxative and all that. After having the laxative, he went bathroom and all that, and he was able to eat. And he was saying, my sister, "Look, I finished a cup of tea. I ate a little bit." He's showing the plate off to my sister.
Yeah.
He was saying, yeah, and he's excited to come home. And he was like, he was like getting well. Like it looked well, like like you can tell and they were. And in the morning, he phoned my mum up and said, "Yeah, they're gonna release me. Just waiting for the discharge papers, and I'll see you in a bit." And then just after Zuhr Salah, bro, I get a phone call, and I couldn't believe it, bro. Like my brother, the one who's was, he went and my dad was praying that because my dad wanted to go to the bathroom because he ate the previous day in it and properly, and because he had the laxatives,
Yeah.
he wanted to go bathroom and he didn't want to do it on the bed. He wanted to do properly, like stinja and everything. So he was able to walk from the bed. My brother just kind of like just stood behind him just in case. The nurse came, knocked on the door, and said, "Where's your dad?" And he and you know another thing. Before my brother came in, my brother wasn't meant to go, and my dad said, "I was just making du'a that you or one of you's come, because I wanted to go to the bathroom." And Alhamdulillah, he goes, "Allah answered my du'a. You just came." And look how Allah, the najas that was inside him, yeah, he was able to relieve himself.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he went
yeah.
to get it. So he went to the bathroom, and then the nurse came and they said, "Oh, your dad shouldn't leave your bed. He should do it on his commode. He shouldn't go like that." Regardless, anyway, Allah takes his soul when when it's written. So he went to the nurse knocked on the bathroom, and my dad said, yeah, I'm okay. And then 5-10 minutes after that, my brother like had a little bit, it's gone quiet a bit, like he can hear a little bit movement but a little bit quiet. So he kind of pushed the door and he saw my dad like really struggling to breathe. And I think and whatnot, he really struggling to breathe, like, so he quickly pressed the buzzer. They came and got the hoist and put him on his bed, and that's when his soul departed. And later on we noticed that the only thing he couldn't do is flush the toilet, but he was able to do his stinja. The najas came out of him. So that came out of him. And bro, I'm telling you, when I went, he passed away about 1:30s, like that, something like that. When I went about 1:45, 2 p.m, I said, they didn't even cover him up. The machine still beep him. And I thought, no, my dad's face, like, before he went in, he looked like he looked like dark and skinny, and he looked so healthy. Like his face was like with Noor. And and Ali Dawa, he's on the janaza, he came and he said, your dad looks like he's smiling and all that, he said. And anyway, my dad was and I said to I looked at my dad's face and I said, oh my God, I remember that face. That face looked like when I was a young boy. He looked young, like, he looked really young. And I said, no way, he's not passed away. I put my ears to his chest, thinking that maybe he's in a coma, because I can hear the things beeping.
Yeah.
And I was looking at him, and it's like I felt like a beat or something, but it wasn't. Obviously, he was gone. And I was thinking, look at his face. Like I took him to the hospital, and I saw how struggling he was, and his face was dark and whatnot. And now his face, like, it's like, wallahi, I'm telling you, bro. I got one of his pictures when I was a little kid next to him. It looked like that face he had it. And yeah, man, and that was it. He went. So from 2022 till recently, you can say, bro, I've just shut down. Yeah, what do you call it?
Yeah. So you got married after that, right?
No, I got married before my dad. Yeah, just before my dad passed away. Well, 2019, 2020, my dad passed away 2022.
SubhanAllah.
2023 November. Guess what? I know we don't celebrate birthdays or anything. My mum's, a day after my mum's birthday. So basically, my mum's like 15th of November. My dad passed away 16th of November. And he said, I'm coming home to her, and stuff like that. So it's just, but he was getting ready to come home excited, but he didn't know that he was getting all cleaned up. Allah gave him that opportunity to clean up to meet his Lord.
SubhanAllah, yeah.
You understand? So I'm just, and you know what? When we done the ghusl and all that, the local imams and all that, they came and did it most of the hard work. We was there, obviously, and a sign of a good man is whenever you meet the people that he used to know, from the guy who we used to buy the halal meat off,
Yeah.
to the anyone that I see, even today, even the other day, I met someone, and the tariq, what do you call it, the good people always say he's such a nice man, such a nice man. There was, so much, would you tarif, what tarif means, yeah, like what do you call it, thingy, bro, they make a what do you call it, can't even think of the word now in English, but they were just saying he was just such a nice man, and a sign of a person that I was thinking to myself, you know what, when I pass away, I want people to talk about me like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like he was a good person, and all the share, and he used to spend a lot of time in the masjid and stuff before he got here, always. And he
Yeah.
used to love, like, he used to always drop the imam off home, or regardless young or old, he used to give them such izzah, and people of knowledge and stuff. Those people came and done his what do you call it, his ghusl, helped us, and yeah, bro, and it just everything went smooth, and alhamdulillah, he looked like he was in peace, like, white, like noor in his face.
Alhamdulillah.
So that's one thing, but then it hits you, bro, like when you go,
Yeah.
bro, even today, it's been what, 2 years? Yeah. We're what, 2024, yeah? July. Yeah, well, it hasn't been 2 years fully. So it's still raw, man, and that's why I've been away from the park and everything. It's just I just can't be bothered, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's not important, is it? It's not like
No.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's just that, like, I just shut down, if you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
just shut down and just when nothing's just I can't enjoy anything anymore. And I'm just thinking about, like, I just want to, like, plan for the akhirah now. This dunya is gone, done.
Yeah.
I'm just literally, like, now living for my mum, and my mum's like proper, like, wants me to get married up, and she's proper worried about me. And alhamdulillah, my younger brother, he got married to a revert. So
Really?
yeah, revert sister. And the Hufaz one, would you call it, he needs to get married as well, so that's another stress on her. And the youngest, alhamdulillah, would you call it, he's got his life in order. All of them, they're working, everyone, like, got their life in order. But my mum had me when she was about 18. What do you call it, when I was, so I was, me, mum, dad, and my sister, we were the closest, and there was a bit of a gap between the other three.
Yeah.
So it obviously affected all of my brothers, don't get me wrong. It affected them. I didn't see them, maybe, but I just shut down completely, and it's just slowly now just coming out of it, like slowly coming out of it. And I was trying to replace like materialistic things, buying materialistic things, but
Yeah.
it wasn't really doing it for me, bro. Like I was buying things just to I don't know, man. And then doctor gave me depression pills, and that's it. Then I found out so many people, bro, going through this type of depression, addiction, and this and that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I just thought, what can I do now, man? Because all I just think about now is just maybe just plan for the akhirah, bro. I'm even scared to cut my hair wrong, in a thingy way, like my sides. I think if I pass away now, subhanallah, I don't want to have, like, when you cut your hair sides,
Yeah.
fades and all that.
Yeah.
Even that scares the hell out of me now. And I just think, Allah, don't take me in an embarrassing way. Don't take me in a, because obviously you're not perfect. You still sometimes, you understand, bro. So
Yeah.
now, when you sin, every time when you sin, bro, it comes and grabs you, like the guilt. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
I used to think, how comes before when you sin and stuff, I didn't give it much of a thought. Now, bro, when you sin and stuff, it just comes to me, and it's, you know how Prophet ﷺ got hugged by the angel Gabriel. That's how I feel like the sin comes and grabs me if I do anything. So yeah, yeah, bro. That's where I've been, bro. So quick 2-year update. So I'm just trying to come at get on with life, bro. I can't be stuck in this because it's unhealthy, and it's making my mum not, even her depressed. Seeing me depressed, it makes her depressed.
Yeah.
And she's like alone, and sad thing is, bro, sometimes anyway, none of my family members will see this video anyway, inshallah. They say in it, as soon as you leave the grave, you'll see family members trying to take
And you hear the
your
footsteps.
yeah. They'll start after the footsteps. They'll be discussing how to take this off that, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, man. I'm not talking about my household. I'm just talking about just say my aunties, my dad's, or whoever. Yeah, it just feels like, oh, they got the eye on this, they got the eye on that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And I think to myself, subhanallah, man, that's our haqq. And you guys eyeing it up like that and planning, it's just crazy how people, some people are so ill, and one of my family members said, he said it in a way, he goes, this person, even from the grave, this person will be won't learn the lesson. If that person goes to the grave and comes back, they will never change. And I was thinking to myself, you know what? I'm thinking, subhanAllah, Allah gave them so much illness and still no hidayah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So now I'm the oldest. I have to like Bangladesh. We got alhamdulillah. My dad got sold off quite a bit. The hard work, the lands and all that, but still we got a thingy. The internet's been down in Bangladesh recently because of the trouble. So I can't see.
Oh, they shut it down, did they? Yeah.
Yeah, they shut it down, bro. So I can't see the live camera, like our house. I can't see, Anyways, the tenants are fine. Upstairs, we gave to a madrasa, and what do you call it? They're renting it. I got my dad's mum's sister's son looking after it. So, but the problem is, bro, back home people, sadly, bro, when it comes to money and stuff, bro, it's like if something is 100, say £10, they will say it's £20.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's the only thing. And anyway, he got the madrasa people in, and I think because he gets paid. Do you understand? A monthly good paid, and I don't think he wants us to sell it because he lose that wage. So he basically got a madrasa people in and tie us up, if you know what I mean. Then I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Kids are getting reading the Quran. Every time I switch on the live camera, I can hear the kids the orphans, regardless of the intentions of the people who are there. At least these kids are learning the Quran there, and I can hear the Quran. So that's another good thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
The kids are learning the Quran. Well, my downstairs tenant said to me a few things about the people who, he goes, look, to them it's like a business. And he said, look, I know you guys gave the upstairs to them, but maximum, he goes, you can have 40 kids, but they increased it to 50. How many they're going to bring? 60 next? Because you can't have more than that. So Yeah, man, I might have to go check it out and sort it out. And to sell that property back home, all of us have to go. All my brothers, my sister, every one of them. So it's another hard work. So yeah, bro, it's a stressful thing because you need to make a Bangladeshi passport. You need to do this. You need to do that. So
Yeah, bureaucracy. It's crazy. Bureaucracy, red tape,
yeah,
and all
bro,
that
that's what I'm
madness.
saying. You know what I was thinking, and you know what? These cousins, they think they're gonna take that place on a cheap because they know, for them to go, all of them have to go. This and that. It's gonna cost them maybe like 10 grand for them, all of them, just in tickets alone. And how they're all gonna go at the same time. So you know what? I've heard they've got a plan already in place how to thingy it. Do you understand? They think they're gonna take it half price, and then once we have like got the documents ready, then they'll pay the rest. Look how Allah brings that knowledge to me. They got it out, their secret plan. Do you get it? They're acting like, oh, we don't want to buy it, we don't want to buy it, but they want it, bro. You know what I mean? So, but inshallah, like tawakkul in Allah, you know, He will inshallah. With me, I know it's not just mine. It's mine. I got 3 other brothers. They got their choice as well. But if we can't sell it or have it or whatever, I want to give it away to like a masjid, you understand? Or give it to orphans.
Yeah.
My part, Sadqa Jariyah.
Yeah. Welcome back, Aziz.
Oh yes, alaikum.
Alaikum salam, brother.
Who's
Yeah.
that? Someone joined us, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah. So yeah, bro, just slowly trying to come back to the park. It just feels a little bit of normality coming back. You know.
Who do you see there that from before that's still there?
I went there last week, and then before that, maybe a year ago, I went there, or 7-8 months ago, once. And then after that, I make intentions. I'm gonna go every week, and then something stops me. Like Sunday comes along, and then boom, it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Then I go, what's the point of going? I saw, Omar. You know which Omar I'm talking about, yeah?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Durrani?
No, Egyptian, mystery one.
Oh, yeah. Uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So him, I saw Ustad Adnan. He goes, Saeed, where are you? And you should come back. Him, I saw
Adnan Rashid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he goes, where have you been and stuff? And I saw him last week. He goes, you need to come back. And I saw some of the things in the park I didn't like, bro.
Really?
Like,
what?
like vultures, bro. Like, Allah forgive me, yeah.
You don't mean the actual birds, right? The vulture birds. No.
No. You know how vultures circle around like a dead carcass. So I see vultures at the park, like circling around for content. And
Who did you see?
bruv, wallahi, I don't want to mention any names. I've been watching it on YouTube, and obviously keeping an eye on from YouTube, and I know how it was there, and I saw it on video anyway. When I went there, I saw that everyone's got 3 or 4 phones fighting over space.
Yeah, I've seen the Hyde Park is it's cameras everywhere.
Yeah,
from every angle. It's better than the BBC or Sky.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's true.
This is a joke.
Yeah,
It's a
bro.
joke.
Like, you know what? At the park, I was one of the first ones to live stream from 2016. I was the first one to live stream from Speaker's Corner, and I remember during them times, I used to say to the brothers, those who used to film regularly, I said, listen, why don't we do this? Team up rather than getting one like 6-7 cameras on one conversation and all of us uploading the same conversation. Why don't we spread out, get everything? And then I don't want to mention any names. You can figure it out. The big channels, they said no. I want to do whatever I want to do. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. So it became a thingy. Then I fell into it, bro. Yeah, money, financial, like content, like more content, more thingy. Then I noticed I kind of fell into it. Like it was like a competition, how quickly to upload and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, like, then Allah stopped me because I think my sincerity went. So Allah stopped me. I think I stopped before my dad passed away. Yeah, I stopped. I think I stopped going to the park end of 2019. End of 2019, after marriage and all that sort of stuff. I think I stopped going to the park, and every week I used to plan, but something used to come up, and I think Allah used to stop me. Then obviously I purified my intentions, and last week, ironically, I had a conversation with this brother, and he said to me, brother, I'm not earning like before, I'm getting shadow banned and whatnot. And I said to him, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to give you some advice. I go, just purify your intentions. And I said to him, I was in a position like that, and Allah stopped me coming here, and very soon something could happen and you could stop coming here, just like that. Yeah, so purify your intentions. And he goes, brother, I'm not getting hardly anything anymore. I'm not earning as much. And I'm thinking, subhanallah, man, like it's about money. And another thing as well, when you bring some people hit a certain level, like then they start saying, sorry, you can't film us no more, we got our own cameras, our own content. Do you get it? You build them up. You build them up. Yeah,
he's a celebrity now.
Yeah, they're a celebrity now, and now they want
Always
to
the
have
Dawa ones. Yeah, the Dawa channels. They're like that.
bro.
They're all like that, bro.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, you can't record, or 10 minutes or something like that, or what do you call it? Yeah, this sort of stuff. And then you'll have the non-Muslims who don't care. They'll upload the full thing. But the problem is, if you're a Muslim and you know them, you don't want to disrespect them, and then thingy, what do you call it? So it's mad, bro. It's just it's crazy how it is. So yeah, man, that's why I thought to myself, if it's such restrictions, and what's the point of going there? Like, what should I? Then I thought, you know what? I'm gonna go there. I'll film whatever I can, and I'm going there for like therapy reasons, like like get at the, like something different. And if I can, I'll start thingy, have a discussion with someone. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, like I started to read as well. I'm reading this. Have you heard of this book called Riyadh al-Salihin by Imam Nawawi? Yeah, I'm reading that.
Good book, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm reading that. Alhamdulillah. I started to read, and I recently started going on TikTok, and I lost about 2-3 channels. I built up. One of them, I had what is it? OSCC Dawa and Side Reacts. Both of them had about 20k each. Lost them just because I uploaded just pro-Palestine videos.
Really?
And bang, yeah, bro. Even
I thought TikTok is pro-Palestine.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. They're anti. You just upload anything. Yeah, and my video was I just last video when I lost my channels. It said I uploaded a video, a little girl walking, and I said the title was a Palestinian girl walking once where her house stood. That's it, and that was it, bro. Bang, gone. Then I found out what it was. There's lobbyist groups, and they put pressure on TikTok. And this group, I forgot the name, bro. And they proper pressure TikTok. So you upload anything on TikTok pro-Palestine, like proper, like you start showing Dalil, yeah, especially Dalil. That's when you get. So I was like putting out, like, from Declassified UK, and some other stuff as well. the Pegasus thing and whatnot and stuff, you know, and boom, channel's gone. So I opened it again. That one went. Now I opened the third one, Side Reacts. That one, OSC Dawa again. Both of them are on strike as well. I can't believe it because I went on someone else's live and I was providing on. Just say I'm on your live, yeah. I switched my camera on and I was showing some dalil because we have debating some far right people online, bro. Like that's and bang. Suddenly, I just cut. They locked me at the live, and they say you're on a 7-day ban, and it says your account's on warning. It's on red. I can see the red thing on both of my accounts, and I'm thinking, Subhanallah, man. Like, what did I do here?
Was this TikTok? Was this TikTok or YouTube?
Yeah, TikTok. Yeah, YouTube is a bit better than thingy. TikTok. TikTok is like if you got like followers, and you don't want to lose them. Don't think.
No, it's obvious because TikTok they want to stay in America, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
They probably agreed to certain because they don't want to sell it. So
yeah, that's why.
they
That's what
probably
it was.
agreed to certain conditions.
Yes.
To stay within the American market because that's the most lucrative. It's going to be the most lucrative, isn't it?
Yeah.
For advertising. So
yeah, that's what it was, and I found out. I forgot the name and all that. The lobby group. So I found out who it was. Yeah, APAC. And
I think that
there's another one.
ADL, anti-defamation
Friends of
something.
There's another one. Yeah, you know that social media. What they have is they're paid. They got a program, paid bots. Yeah, first of all. Secondly, they got a group of people that they pay to mass report the channel or the video. They'll mass report it and they'll get you banned. And there's bots. They got software. So and they're paying these like influencers and famous people to just talk negatively. So all
the
this
idea
trick.
that social media will change things, it's just a lie.
Yeah.
So, like, you can tell because even have you seen that funny video of Keir Starmer? He's trying to speak to the guy from Arsenal Fan TV. Have you seen it?
No.
He's trying to speak to one of the soccer. And I'm like, why is Keir Starmer trying to pretend to be a normal person for? Like he's not part of the establishment.
Yeah. Actually, I got banned for what do you call it? I was, Priti Patel and few of them, yeah, they got paid recently by, them lot, yeah, the Zaro, and so I was showing that Dalil, and it's all public, bro. It's all public, like so she got a free trip to where, and
Israel.
yeah, and I'm even because I was recently on TikTok and stuff. I'm like I'm using TikTok lingo now. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Unalive. You can't even use the word KILL, and so anyway, so I was just showing that Dalil and stuff on someone else's live, like I'm on some like thingies, like reactionaries thingy. It's not even my thing, and because I was like showing the guy goes, I want to see proof, so I showed it to him, and then within like 5 minutes, bang, gone. Like you get it. Like this time they didn't take my channels down because I don't have many followers. I got 3.5K and OCC Dawa or maybe about 100. So they just banned me for 7 days. So I can't go live or anything. But it says your account's on warning and it's on red. So yeah, man, it's just anyway, man. Allah, inshallah, ta'ala will make them blind, and the whole world is with in one way, no?
Yeah, they only showed it's only like 3-4 countries with there's a map. It's only like Australia, Canada, America. They call it Five Eyes. Yeah. It's the colonial countries. It's only they're only probably less than 10% of the world's population.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of people waking up. Even the people in even their own people, bro. They like waking up. So yeah, man. These people waking up.
Yeah, but that's the thing I've realized over the if you analyze the past 9-10 months, that's what it's like. George Gallup. This freedom is only for their own population. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, yes. That's why.
It's not a worldwide thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's
These
no such
free,
thing as
like,
freedom of speech for Muslims.
yeah,
You get it?
it's only for their own people.
Yeah, you
Like
know what? When they
lesbians
say,
and these
when they
people.
talk about the jizya and they say, humiliation tax and second-class citizens. You know what? They're treating us. You know what they accuse us of?
Barakallahu. I'm glad you realized. That's what I've realized now. I've realized that actually the Muslims in the West were actually just dhimmiyun. You understand?
Yeah.
We're just paying tax. No matter how rich the Muslim thinks he is and free, like look at all the rich Muslim businessmen. They're just quiet. All these restaurant owners.
Because they lose. Yeah, they lose it, bro. You know what I mean, bro? I was I was setting up a podcast thingy, bro. Just I'm ready to sign up the lease and everything. For my own podcast thing. I was gonna rent it out, do my own podcast, everything. Bro, when they they done a social media check, and then I find out
to see who you follow, yeah.
Yeah, and then I find out the owner is his surname was Cohen,
Cohen,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, then suddenly, like, he goes, sorry, I go, look, we signed though. And he said to me, it doesn't matter. I said, do you want to go? You really want to go court with me? He goes, I will take everything. He didn't say like that. He goes, I will wrap you up in a case such a way. He goes, you'll give up at the end.
Yeah, no, they have all the top lawyers.
Yeah, and one
do.
thing my granddad and my dad used to say, do not disrespect the police, do not disrespect the doctors, and if you can, try not to go into any sort of court cases.
No. Because once it's on your record, khalas, they just have to, once you won't be able to travel, do anything. They'll just mark you, and then that's it.
Yeah, I'm kind of marked anyway. Like on my side reacts channel, bro, I'm shadow banned. I know I am because I've got over 100k followers on that. And anyway, I'm not active as much, so that could be that as well. But I've seen some differences after that scenario. Like certain things, like I will sign in, and it'll say error. You know, like how Andrew Tate was thingy. So I'll sign into certain things. It will say error. Like I'm thinking, So I thought to myself, okay, bro, I done the whole place up. The guy, at least he paid most of the money back.
Yeah.
You know, he paid most of the. I was ready literally to open up like a studio. It was like a podcast studio. And
No. This podcast is all propaganda anyway. It's just propaganda. Because even if you look at like Joe Rogan and stuff, he's only like, if you think he started the podcast and all this stuff, they're not really saying anything that controversial as what people think. You get what I'm saying? They're not really.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go bathroom for a second, so I'm just gonna mute up just for a second. Yeah, I'm coming back. 1 second. Do I mute up? Stop mic.
Oh yeah, go on to your ex. Have you seen the Hindus are celebrating Diwali or some man on their festival in Paris now? Unbelievable.
Yeah, I saw that. And they're smashing coconuts on the ground.
Yeah. I don't know what festival it is. Yeah.
Oh, like, and just think, all the Indian, when you're around Hindu people, that's what they do when they're in their religion. Like, they seem civilized when you're dealing with them at work, but
some of them don't practice. Like Rishi would never do the coconuts. He might do it in his
Oh,
garden.
Rishi wears that pink band on his wrist, yeah. So
Yeah. But he wouldn't be
don't think
seen
at
doing
home
that.
they don't do that. And his wife put out the Diwali stuff, you know, the candles.
Yeah.
Bro, they're doing stuff. You see, of course they are. They're really superstitious Hindus, bro. Like really, everything.
Yeah.
They're very
No, but
devout, like subservient in worship. The problem is, it's not to the true God, you know. So I guess what I'm saying is Muslims can learn from them in a sense of not having arrogance, being really not humiliated, but humbling yourself to such an extent. But their problem is it's not to the right God. Do you know what I mean? So. Sadly, Muslims, we have the truth, but we're arrogant with it. We just about do our prayer, you know, like, or we're in salah and we're not even knowing what we're saying. Our mind is somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, where's your American friend gone? He seemed like some kind of redneck guy.
He wanted to go have some more drink, so I let him go.
Okay. Yeah. He sounded a bit like a pedophile almost.
What?
No, he kept on saying chick. Yeah, this chick, this Indonesian chick. He looked like an old man, and he kept on saying, "Yeah, this chick. I'm gonna come and see this chick." And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, he's talking about Indonesia. Maybe
Yeah. He's talking
underage.
About, I'm thinking, yeah. I think he's the type that will go to Philippines and just grab.
But he said he hasn't gone to Asia, right? Yet. Maybe I don't know.
That's what they all say. I'll be there soon. Trust me, I'll be there soon. Who do you think the biggest tourists are to Thailand and those places?
Oh yeah, madness.
Unfortunately, it's the Americans and stuff who took all that there when they were in Vietnam. I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. If he hasn't gone.
I don't know. This came up in my feed. Let's see here what this is. You know who this is in the picture?
Oh yeah, Sheikh bin Baz. Is it Sheikh bin Baz?
Yeah, exactly.
أما الفريضة فالواجب عليك أن تحضرها مع المسلمين بل يجب أن تصلي مع جماعة المسلمين وأن تجيب حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح كما قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم من سمع النداء فلم يأتي فلا صلاة له إلا من عذر.
You understand that?
Yeah, it's talking about the adhan. You have to respond to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever hears the adhan and doesn't respond to it, then there's no salah for him. He said.
خرجه ابن ماجه والدارقطني وابن حبان والحاكم بإسناد على شرط مسلم وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام للأعمى الذي قال له يا رسول الله ليس لي قائد ولا أي مسجد فهل لي من رخصة وصلى في بيتي فقال له عليه الصلاة والسلام هل تسمع النداء بالصلاة قال نعم قال فأجب هذا يدل على وجود.
So and you know about the blind man who asked for an exemption. The Prophet ﷺ asked him if he could hear the adhan. He said yes, so he had to attend.
وجوب الإجابة والصلاة مع المسلمين وتحريم التأخر عن صلاة الجماعة وقد هم صلى الله عليه وسلم أن يحرم.
Yeah, welcome back, Saeed.
Yeah, I'm just trying the app. I don't know what account I logged in. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to switch on my desktop. If there's not any updates or anything, I haven't switched it on for 2 days. Let me jump on my thingy, my desktop, inshallah.
Okay.
Or I'll join you.
يقعد خلف بيوتهم كما في الصحيحين. وقال عبد الله بن مسعود رضي الله عنه من سره أن يلقى الله غدا مسلما فليحافظ على هؤلاء الصلوات الخمس حيث ينادى بهن فإن الله شرع لهم سنن الهدى وإنهن من سنن الهدى ولو أنكم صليتم في بيوتكم كما يصلي هذا المتخلف في بيته لتركتم سنة نبيكم ولو تركتم سنة نبيكم لضللتم وفي لفظ لكفرتم ولقد رأيتنا وما يتخلف عنها عن الصلاة الجماعة إلا منافق معلوم النفاق.
Aziz,
Yeah.
yeah, you're logged in twice, it seems.
Okay, no, I went through the app. They asked me to
Cool.
download the app or something.
Yeah, I haven't tried the app, but it's good that they've got one now. That's a good reminder. Alhamdulillah. SubhanAllah. And just think that he'll get reward for the reminder, inshallah. But this footage here is supposed to be of Israel, not Israel, Yemen. So apparently Israel has attacked Yemen.
Yeah, because they bombed Tel Aviv, isn't it? The mainstream media didn't report. But one of the drones, it penetrated the Iron Dome.
Mm.
There was an attack on Tel Aviv yesterday, on Friday, I think it was Jummah, yeah. But they didn't, yeah. So I think this is the retaliation.
Oh my gosh, what is this guy doing? He's doing salah on burning coals, bro. Some Shia Rafidi. That is crazy.
Oh yes, Muharram, isn't it? It's Muharram. There must be better are they marching in Hyde Park as well?
Yeah. Someone asks, what did Aziz say about Muslims paying jizya to blah blah blah? Is it wrong?
I didn't say we pay. I said, but the status we have in the West is Zimmiyun. We just pay tax. We don't really have an opinion. Oh, you can have an opinion, but it doesn't affect policy. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hello, I'm Sergeant Constable Detective Officer Peter.
Sorry, bro, what you say?
Yeah, what happened in Leeds, by the way? What happened in Leeds? I've seen there's differing accounts.
From what apparently the police tried to take away the kids of some Romani gypsies, and they rioted basically because they didn't want their kids taken. They set fire to a bus, and then they started trying to damage more property and stuff. And a Muslim councillor who was recently elected, he personally went in and stopped them doing it, and even put the fires out with a bucket of water.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the Hindu coconut smashers.
Yeah, I wonder what festival that is. I've not seen this before.
I went to India once, right? Actually, twice I've been to India. And every day there's some sort of religious festival. Every day you see a bunch of people walking down the street with some sort of thing they're carrying.
Yeah, the idol. Yeah, the idol.
Yeah. So if they were to do this in Paris every day, it would be crazy.
For the Olympics. The Olympics start. When does the Olympics start? Is it next week?
This might be the Indian Olympic squad. You know, they do their opening ceremony thing.
Yeah.
But they're not supposed to be wearing clothes, right? Hindus. according to them, it's not religious enough. They have to be naked.
I thought they just wear the thing, like the nappy, loincloth or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's just to appear civilized in front of the white man, but in general, they're not supposed to. You get these people; they'll go off to the mountains and they're just no clothes.
Yeah. But that's their priest. I think that's the Brahmin
Yeah,
class. I
yeah,
don't
that's
think-
the religious. Yeah, if you're religious. So what's this Andrew Tate thing about? What's this? What's he doing?
I don't believe you still follow him anyway. Stop.
I
following
don't. I don't. There's something in my feed that says Tate News.
No, bitch.
So his travel thing got revoked. He's no longer allowed to leave Romania.
Oh, he has to stay then. Okay. I
Yeah.
thought he was allowed to go to Europe or something.
Yeah, they cancelled it. The DICOT appealed.
Interesting.
Did you see this new MP for Batsley?
What's their name?
That's a good question. I don't remember.
Hmm.
It looks like a hawthorn. I know, but looks like it. In my son, it looks like a hawthorn.
There's a clip of Ibn Uthaymin as well. What's this?
قال النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام والله ما الفقر أخشى عليكم يعني ما أخاف عليكم الفقر الدنيا ستفتح وإنما أخشى عليكم أن تفتح عليكم الدنيا فتنافسوها كما تنافسها من قبلكم فتهلككم كما أهلكتهم.
SubhanAllah. So the Prophet ﷺ said that I don't fear for you poverty, but I fear that the dunya will open up for you and you will compete over it. And that will cause your destruction as it caused the destruction of those who came before you.
Yep. That's basically capitalism.
Yeah. True.
صدق الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام هذا الذي أهلك الناس اليوم الذي أهلك الناس اليوم التنافس في الدنيا وكونهم كأنما خلقوا لها لا أنها خلقت لهم.
Yeah. SubhanAllah. Yeah, it's as though that they were created for the dunya, not that the dunya was created for them.
فاشتغلوا بما خلق لهم عما خلقوا له وهذا من الانتكاس نسأل الله العافية. قال
Ameen. Rahimahullah. That is definitely the issue today, bro. Because that prevents brotherhood. Unity requires brotherhood. How can you have brotherhood with someone who wants what's yours, or you want what's theirs? So there'll never be unity when you're chasing the dunya and competing over it.
Yep. The jealousy and envy and all that stuff.
Imagine you find a sister you want to marry and somebody else tries to marry them.
You're going back to that. Oh, did you see Ali Daw's latest video? That was crazy. About Aki Ayman. Some weird
No, what
person
happened?
sending. Someone was sending him messages that they like some weird. I don't know if it was a bot or something. Some weird sister was sending messages telling him like divorce your wife, you're mine, I want to marry you, this kind of stuff. Some weird person.
Oh, did Muhammad Hijab's movie come out yet?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen it. Has it been delayed or something?
I don't know. He's,
I saw the
Ali
trailer.
Dawah
I
has
saw
got
the
a
trailer.
reaction for it.
Yeah, that was the trailer. It was meant to be on the 12th, wasn't it?
Tomorrow. Yeah, it's for tomorrow, 22nd.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
this
what
one,
was.
girl accuses Akhi Ayman. Why is he posting that, bro? All right, let's see.
Neue AP pro Buch 450. Hat ja Milchstandard 810 Zertifizierung. Ja. Will ja widerstandsfähig sein gegen extreme Temperaturen, Staub und.
Danke fürs Onboarding. Jetzt zu der Strategie. Anna?
He used me to please his own desires because clearly his wife wasn't satisfying him.
So what does it say? Akhi Ayman was with no intention of marrying me. He used me to please his own desires because clearly his wife wasn't. Why is Ali Dawah reading that? Somebody messaged him, did they? Or I don't know.
No, I think he's putting these messages to show what the Dawah men go through, or the Dawah boys.
Okay.
Like
the struggle.
Wow.
The struggle of having lots of women at your feet. Yeah. Okay.
Or just the way some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way some people act online. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Brothers and sisters, just imagine for a second that you give £10 in donation. This building. Bless and preserve you guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters and dear friends. The Dawah predators are at it again. My co-predator, Akhi Ayman, has been caught, should we say. I mean, there's evidences apparently. We're going to read them. So here is a message from a sister who has been obsessing over Akhi Ayman for God knows how long. And once she realized she cannot get away and break his marriage after she did sihr and magic, and has been making dua that his marriage to this black B-I-T-C-H, she's been saying this by the way, can you imagine, it's his wife. And there were sisters, by the way, when she posted this thing, which came later, she has been, we're going to go through all these messages, etc. And look how dangerous it is for us brothers in the Dawah scene when we're dealing with the enemies of Islam, from the Zionists to the Christians to the Jew. These are hostile ones, not all of them are the same, yeah? To the liberals, to the enemies of Islam from the far right. And not only that, now we have our hijabi sisters who have accused all of us Dawah brothers as predators who are just preying on the vulnerable. Yes, but they would never ever talk about this. How I experienced myself.
Neue AP pro Buch 450.
Personally, these kind of things, nude pics, being invited to places, etc., not being married, trying to lure us in so they can expose us. Now we've got our dear hijabi Muslim sisters who are trying to catch us out by using something that is our greatest weakness, which is themselves females. Yes, but we're not going to categorize them, or we're not going to fall into the nonsense they do. Look at these text messages. Look, where can I meet you and marry you? My love, I make dua for you every time to be mine. Obsessive sisters, look, can you read my messages? It's urgent, my love. When will I be your wife? This sent to Akhi Ayman, yeah? Me, and it's going to get worse, by the way. We're going to come to the accusation, yeah? When will I be your wife? Me and you will be the right. I pray every day that you distance yourself from your wife.
Bro, you know all these celebrities and sports people, they get women like this day and night, all from all directions, and then they get accused of rape. Yeah, so, same thing it seems with the Dawah bros. Celebrity culture. What's the latest with the other one?
What, Mariam Francois?
Oh, let's check that out. Yeah, Mariam Francois.
Do you think she'll make a talk on it on Al Jazeera?
Oh,
She's
is
still
that
working
her?
for her.
Is that her like recently? Look, how can she dress like that? Oh my. No.
For anyone that sort of thinks that free speech exists without any caveats, you know.
Bro, there are non-Muslim women who wouldn't dress like that. That is,
For anyone that sort of thinks
bruv, that's shameless.
that free speech exists.
What did the Quilliam guys do? What do you think they did to her? Because she's gone full 180 or full circle. Like, she
Look.
seems like. No, I don't.
You all the way up inside. That is crazy.
Without any caveats. You know, I would just urge you to walk into most political conferences and say "Free Palestine" and see what happens.
I have got no words, bro. No words for that. What happened to this woman, bro? What did Quilliam do to her? They groomed her. They groomed her, bro. That's, yeah. Tommy Robinson was right. These people are groomers. I don't know.
Hello, everyone. This is Hussam Fazula, co-host of Wasla Art, and we're very happy because today we're doing our first.
States into deep distress, obviously, in the face of what we see daily. But I think it's.
Yeah, this is sad to see, bro. Look, compare this to 9 years ago. So this is what she looked like 9 years ago. Let's see.
Are we on?
This is Miriam Francois.
Ladies and
9 years
gentlemen,
ago.
it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I know, the apparent irony of my being a white middle-class woman who believes feminism has been hijacked by white middle-class women will, I'm certain, not be lost on you. But it is in many ways a vindication of my case. After all, I'm a minority within my own community, unrepresentative of Muslim women either here or in the global south in terms of either my socioeconomic profile or ethnicity, despite the frequency with which I am called upon to speak from within that subjectivity. Before attending today, I thought long and hard about whether I should trade my place for one of my many personal heroines, women of color whose voices are often so.
SubhanAllah. From that.
For anyone that
to
sort of
this.
thinks that free speech.
That is mad. You know the dua? Allahumma ya muqallib al-qulub, thabbit qalbi ala dinik. Oh Allah, turner of the hearts, make firm my heart upon your obedience. Ya muqallib al-qulub, thabbit qalbi ala ta'atik. I think that's the dua. Yeah. That is mad. Institute of Art and Ideas. That's where she works, is it? Why, Hollywood star, writer. Miriam Francois was a Hollywood star? You kidding me, bro?
I've been waiting, I've been hurting, 'cause I've been falling. I need your help.
In a September 2011 interview with the BBC World Service, Myriam Francois Sarah said that she hopes to continue to act, but she recognizes that her Muslim faith will curtail opportunities for her. For instance, she told the interviewer that she had turned down a role that would have required her to participate in a sex scene. and she would not take a role for which she would have to show her hair. At the age of 21 years old, Francois Sarah became a Muslim after graduating from Cambridge. At the time,
Yeah, good. Subhanallah. I don't know what's happened to her, man. That's sad. Anyway, I think I'll call it a night. Thank you, as usual, everyone, for joining and for watching. And I hope you benefited. Inshallah, we will meet again. Have a good evening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Wa sallallahu wa sallam ala nabiyyina Muhammad. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.